Chapter 1061 Earth-Shattering Reward. Back in the 10,000 Beasts domain, Yichun heard Mrs. He say that each stellar domain genius battle, held over cosmic eras, was arranged by the great power ancestral god temple in the cosmic sea. Even the rulers of all the star domain kingdoms in this universe are appointed by the ancestral god temple. Before Yichun ventured into the heavenly god mountain, countless kingdom rulers had already been summoned by the ancestral god temple to enter the splendid star sea, to discuss matters regarding the stellar domain genius battle and make preparations for it. The East Territory King, Northern Territory King, and others from Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom, where Yichun resided, had long traveled to the splendid star sea. The ancestral god temple is extremely renowned within the cosmic sea, being a true sovereign force there. The strongest entity belonging to the ancestral god temple is none other than the great Star Lord level entity, Star Master Yuan Wu. The stellar domain genius battle, organized by the ancestral god temple, has always been an event of fierce competition among countless talents across the cosmos, enough to capture the attention of the whole universe. The rewards for past stellar domain genius battles have also been remarkably breathtaking. But nobody expected the rewards for this stellar domain genius battle would be vastly more precious compared to countless previous ones. They can be called truly earth-shattering rewards. As Yichun and General Insha returned to Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom from the True Spirit Divine Kingdom to handle matters regarding Huyen Divine Master, news of this stellar domain genius battle began to spread throughout the cosmos, alongside various kingdom rulers emerging from the splendid star sea. In past stellar domain genius battles, the ancestral god temple would send a divine master to oversee the event. But this time, it's been heard that even a cosmic emperor will personally attend the festivity of the stellar domain genius battle. The overseeing level of powerhouses alone has increased immensely. The moment the strong ones who heard these news understood the significance level of this stellar domain genius battle from the ancestral god temple definitely isn't ordinary. But the most astonishing is the rewards entitled for this stellar domain genius battle. In previous stellar domain genius battles, although the rewards were undeniably valuable, just the battle of the true gods, as part of the stellar domain genius battle, was said to grant the top 10 overlord-level divine objects, not to mention the battle of the god kings and the battle of the divine venerables. It's rumored that the top 10 of the battle of the god kings and battle of the divine venerables might even be taken as apprentices by the divine master of the ancestral god temple and taught divine skills. This time, however, the rulers returning from the splendid star sea clearly stated that the top 10 of the three battles, battle of the true gods, battle of the god kings, battle of the divine venerables in this stellar domain genius battle, will be taken to the primal beginning universe for specialized cultivation, and according to different rankings, grants of divine master level, overlord level, and even cosmic emperor level opportunities will be bestowed. Heaven. When such news spread, the minds of countless kingdom powerhouses and geniuses nearly exploded. Achieving within the top 10 of the stellar domain genius battles, 3 battles means receiving divine master level, overlord level, and even cosmic emperor level opportunities. To the talents of divine kingdoms, such a thing is simply unimaginable. After all, even the sovereigns of kingdoms are beings they look up to, let alone figures like divine masters, cosmic emperors in the cosmic sea. Opportunities like these, in former times, would almost be impossible for even sovereigns to obtain. Why is this stellar domain genius battle so different this time? Why are the rewards so astounding? Why does ancestral god temple hold such a significant interest? Numerous major forces and influential figures from divine kingdoms couldn't comprehend. Even the kingdom rulers who returned with the news, except for a few, were unclear about the truth behind it. These kingdom rulers, initially preparing the same way for this stellar domain genius battle in the splendid star sea, as before, only heard about the reward changes shortly before they returned. They only heard it was an order from a true heavyweight within the ancestral god temple. The opportunities like Divine Master level, Overlord level, Cosmic Emperor level have already set this stellar domain genius battle apart from previous ones, and more notably, the fact that the top 10 from the 3 battles of this stellar domain genius battle will be taken into Primal Beginning Universe. Many strong ones of divine kingdoms are unfamiliar with the Primal Beginning Universe. But as the message spread through higher-level powerhouses, many people heard about the Primal Beginning Universe for the first time. That Primal Beginning Universe is the most special universe among the countless surrounding cosmic seas. Rumors say it's even the place of origin of countless universes, with the star dust from many continents in the stars flying out from the Primal Beginning Universe. That Primal Beginning Universe is even said to be greatly tied to the formation of the cosmic sea. It's further rumored that within the Primal Beginning Universe lies a chaotic realm, concealing countless mysteries, with no divine kingdom existing within. Even many sovereigns of the universe are unable to venture inside and explore. Only the powerful figures from the cosmic sea dare to roam the Primal Beginning Universe. And it's rumored that none have thoroughly explored its depths. Now, the Ancestral God Temple plans to take the top 10 winners from the 3 battles of the Stellar Domain Genius Battle into the Primal Beginning Universe to train. How could this not leave people utterly astonished? Ancestral God Temple actually has the capability to send the winning geniuses of the Stellar Domain Genius Battle to the Primal Beginning Universe and ensure their safety while they train there. As news of this Stellar Domain Genius Battle spreads, shock, amazement, surprise, and anticipation begin to create massive upheavals among countless major powers in all divine kingdoms. Moke Divine Country, Moke Ancient Tribe. Back when Yichan was practicing the 5th chapter, Tai chapter of the Primordial Star Scripture, the Heavenly Spirit Rankings, he came across mentioned that among the innumerable high-level spiritual clans of countless divine kingdoms in this universe, the top-ranked clan is the Moke Ancient Tribe. The beings of the Moke Ancient Tribe, once reaching adulthood, possess battle power at the true god level, and they produce more entities surpassing the Overlord level than any other in the entire universe. Even in the cosmic sea, the Moke Ancient Tribe is more powerful than the human clans. In past stellar domain genius battles, whether it was the battle of the true gods, the battle of the god kings, or the battle of the divine lords, the first place has mostly been taken by the Moke Ancient Tribe. The Moke Ancient Tribe has always treated the stellar domain genius battle with normalcy because they know that as long as they approach it normally, they have the assurance of taking first place. But this time, even the top-ranked Moke Ancient Tribe became unsettled after hearing that this stellar domain genius battle would be different. At the Moke Divine Temple, when the ruler of the Moke Divine Country returned from the splendid Star Sea, he gathered the tribe's powerful figures in the temple. The ruler of the Moke Divine Country is named Moke Jeweling. He possesses the 3 divine horns unique to the Moke Ancient Tribe and a divine eye at the center of his forehead, standing 3 to 4 times taller than a normal human. At this moment, he addressed the powerful figures of the tribe, saying, "In this stellar domain genius battle, our tribe must win the first place in all 3 battles, because this stellar domain genius battle is entirely different from the past. The ruler of the Moke Divine Country is among the few who knows why this stellar domain genius battle is different from previous ones. Ruler, what exactly happened in the splendid Star Sea? Why is this stellar domain genius battle creating such a big sensation?" A powerful figure from the Moke Ancient Tribe couldn't contain their curiosity and asked aloud. The ruler of the Moke Divine Country's expression turned a few shades more solemn. "I also heard some news from our tribe's elder Mion in the cosmic sea. It is said that the reason this stellar domain genius battle is different is that the powerful figures of the Ancestral God Temple received an edict from Star Master Yuanwu." Star Master Yuanwu? Upon hearing this name, all the powerful figures of the Moke Ancient Tribe in the Moke Divine Temple stood up in shock. This time's stellar domain genius battle actually attracted the attention of Star Master Yuanwu, A shocked elder from the Moke ancient tribe exclaimed, "Isn't it rumored that Star Master Yuan Wu had vanished from the ancestral god temple for a long time, whereabouts unknown? Yet he sent back a message." The ruler of the Moke divine country nodded. "Indeed, it's the edict of Star Master Yuan Wu. In previous stellar domain genius battles, while the ancestral god temple did pay attention, at most it was handled by a few masters, executed by divine masters, rarely involving the level of the cosmic emperors. This time, not only are the cosmic emperors paying attention, but I also hear that a few newly appointed star lords of the ancestral god temple are also focusing on this matter due to Star Master Yuan Wu's mandate. Who else could have such influence without Star Master Yuan Wu? Therefore, this time we must secure first place in all 3 battles. Not only are the rewards on the surface invaluable, but even the hidden benefits are absolutely unimaginable." Hearing this, an elder from the Moke ancient tribe spoke up. "In the battle of the true gods, our tribe's adults are already true gods, and no other divine kingdom's warriors can compare with our tribe. As for the battle of the god kings and battle of the divine lords, should we dispatch Moko Yi and Moke Wushang to compete? As long as those two compete, Moke Wushang can easily take first in the battle of the divine lords, and Moko Yi can effortlessly secure first in the battle of the god kings." At the mention of Moko Yi and Moke Wushang, the powerful figures of the Moke ancient tribe nodded in agreement, clearly acknowledging the strength of these two. However, a powerful figure spoke up. "Moke Wushang is one thing, but Moko Yi has been traveling abroad these years and hasn't returned to the divine country for a long time. Who knows where he's gone? And he must not miss this grand event." At this point, the ruler of the Moke divine country spoke directly. "No matter where Moko Yi has gone, he must be found and told that he must secure first place in the battle of the god kings at this stellar domain genius battle." While the Moke ancient tribe was discussing matters relating to the stellar domain genius battle, the powerful figures of the Netherworld ancient tribe, ranked second on the heavenly spirit rankings, were also discussing matters related to the stellar domain genius battle. It wasn't only the Moke ancient tribe and Netherworld ancient tribe. Countless divine kingdoms and numerous powerful clans were also discussing this matter and making arrangements. Even some enthusiasts began compiling lists of those most likely to be among the top 100 in the 3 battles of the stellar domain genius battle, and compiled them into the Star Domain True God ranking list, the Star Domain God King ranking list, and the Star Domain Divine Venerable list. Chapter 1062. Star Domain God King Ranking. A vast universe, with countless divine kingdoms, and even more innumerable powerful figures. To compile a universally accepted and completely fair Star Domain Genius list before the Stellar Domain Genius battle is simply impossible. Therefore, the Star Domain True God ranking, Star Domain God King ranking, and Star Domain Divine Venerable list, circulating from various regions, are diverse and varied. Ultimately, it is a major authoritative power-wielding influence, Stone Ridge Palace, which consolidates various lists and information gathered from all regions to decide the most credible list. Stone Ridge Palace is renowned throughout this universe for its well-informed sources. Despite this, Stone Ridge Palace also notes on its compiled Star Domain Genius list. Only the exceptional geniuses with confirmed sources are recorded in the list, and the ranking serves as a mere reference. Stone Ridge Palace is convinced that there are extraordinary geniuses who have been hidden and have not shown themselves, who will reveal their divine might in the Stellar Domain Genius battle. Among the 3 great lists, the Star Domain True God ranking and Star Domain Divine Venerable list are temporarily set aside. The Star Domain God King ranking places at the very top. Ranked first is Moko Yi from the Moke Ancient Clan. Stone Ridge Palace notes on the list, Moko Yi, a peerless genius of the Moke Ancient Clan, an Upper God King realm powerholder, guided by the great achievers of the clan from birth. It's rumored he inherited the legacy of a shocking figure in the cosmic sea, defeating other clans' divine venerables during his true god realm. His famous battle as an Upper God King once defeated 2-star sovereigns. Now it's said he possibly has combat power capable of defeating 3-star and 4-star sovereigns. Such combat power is simply terrifying. No matter how vast this universe is, those who can defeat a sovereign realm at the God-King realm are truly rare. Apart from major clans like the Moke Ancient Clan, Netherworld Ancient Clan, and a few divine kingdoms ranked at the top, other divine kingdoms cannot produce such geniuses who directly defeat a sovereign realm with a God-King realm. Moko Yi, not only ranked first in the Star Domain God-King ranking by Stone Ridge Palace, but also predominantly ranked first on numerous other less credible lists. It can be said that in the God-King battle tier of the Stellar Domain Genius Battle, Moko Yi is the most favored figure before the Grand Battle. Beyond Moko Yi, the Star Domain God-King ranking in Stone Ridge Palace also records several peerless genius figures. Star Domain God-King ranking second, Moke Ancient Clan, Moke Wong. Star Domain God-King ranking third, Heavenly Feather Ancient Clan, Yu Ling Ruru. Star Domain God-King ranking fourth, Netherworld Ancient Clan, Yuming Shifeng. The individual ranked third, Yu Ling Ruru, is a person unknown to many divine kingdoms, even within the Heavenly Feather Ancient Clan. Numerous divine kingdoms are unaware of its location. But Stone Ridge Palace specifies that a 9-star sovereign from their palace once personally witnessed the combat power of Yu Ling Ruru, who is a goddess king, whose combat power is arguably not much weaker than Moko Yi. Due to her rare combat appearances, she is ranked third. Since the release of the list by Stone Ridge Palace, the fame of Yu Ling Ruru from the Heavenly Feather Ancient Clan sword, and it's rumored many who have never seen her now worship her immensely, eager to witness her in the Stellar Domain Genius Battle. Of course, the list features many lesser-known geniuses beyond just Yu Ling Ruru. The Star Domain God-King ranking, compiled by Stone Ridge Palace, also includes 2 clarifications that have shaken countless people. Among the top 10, a special note explains that a youth named Yi Chun very likely acquired the Heavenly Forbidden Flame, ranked second on the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list. But due to the possibility of his demise, he is not included in the list. If he is alive, there's undeniable potential for him to climb into the top 10 of the Star Domain God-King ranking. Boom! When this news spread, countless power holders who had followed the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list were utterly shocked. Years ago, the first on the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list, named Ice Extinction Flame, was already owned, the owner's information unknown. Second on the list, named Supreme Dark True Fire, was already owned, with the owner being the Moke Ancient Clan. Later, a type of divine fire named Heavenly Forbidden Flame unexpectedly surpassed the Supreme Dark True Fire, breaking into the second spot on the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list. Even at that time, it astounded countless people to the extreme. After all, any divine fire on the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list, the 9-star sovereigns of even the top clans yearned beyond measure to obtain. Back then, seeing the Heavenly Forbidden Flame suddenly appear on the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list, indicating it had been acquired, with the owner's information unknown, many power holders speculated about who had obtained the Heavenly Forbidden Flame. Unexpectedly, this time, they saw the owner's name on the Star Domain God-King ranking. As for the authenticity of the information, power holders had no doubt, because Stone Ridge Palace clearly stated that the news concerning the Heavenly Forbidden Flame was informed by the sovereigns of the 2 most powerful ancient clans of the True Spirit Divine Kingdom, Blood Wing Clan and 9 Flames Clan. Moreover, members of the Blood Wing Clan and the 9 Flames Clan once experienced the competition for the Heavenly Forbidden Flame alongside Yi Chun and confirmed that this divine fire was obtained by Yi Chun. They also confirmed that Yi Chun ultimately failed to emerge from the ancient forbidden grounds, likely perishing within it. After all, according to the exploration rules of previous ancient forbidden grounds, anyone failing to exit within a month is deemed certainly dead. The powerful figures of Blood Wing Clan and 9 Flames Clan waited 1 month outside the ancient forbidden grounds, without seeing any sign of Yi Chun. The news of a God-King genius likely in possession of the second-ranked divine fire on the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list shocked all who saw the Star Domain God-King ranking. And the news of this genius's possible demise left countless people lamenting endlessly. Certainly, the attention the list drew wasn't focused solely on Yi Chun. There was another name that equally stirred countless people. This name, Zhang Li, was directly placed at the 7th position on the Star Domain God King ranking. Stone Ridge Palace noted on the Star Domain God King ranking. The information about Zhang Li was provided by another great clan of the True Spirit Divine Kingdom, the Extreme Spirit Clan. Zhang Li, in the Upper God King realm, once defeated a 2-star sovereign of the Extreme Spirit Clan, and it was seen by numerous Extreme Spirit Clan experts that Zhang Li decisively defeated the 2-star sovereign in an overwhelming manner. Another power holder, Zhang Li, who killed his way into the top 10 of the Star Domain God King ranking, by defeating a sovereign in the God King realm. Surprisingly for many people, Zhang Li wasn't originally from the True Spirit Divine Kingdom, but was said to be from a medium-level Divine Kingdom. A medium-level Divine Kingdom could cultivate such a peerless genius, even more surprising than the Mok ancient clan producing a Moko Yi. When the Extreme Spirit Clan's Linger saw Zhang Li ranked 7th on the Star Domain God King ranking, and the note about Yi Chun below the top 10, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Other Extreme Spirit Clan members on the ancient water continent had their memories erased by Qing Lan Star-Lord, not recalling that Qing Lan Star-Lord had addressed Yi Chun by his real name. Remembering only his alias, Zhang Li, they thought his real name was Zhang Li. Later, when Yi Chun parted with them, heading to the Mountain Divine Nation with General Insha, he didn't reveal his real name to anyone else. However, Linger knew that Zhang Li was indeed Yi Chun. Likewise, coming from other divine kingdoms to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom, both called Yi Chun, and both top-tier God King genius youth, Linger was certain that the Yi Chun mentioned in the Star Domain God King ranking, who acquired the Heavenly Forbidden Flame, is absolutely her Yi Chun brother, hiding under the alias Zhang Li. Heavens! Yi Chun brother. He actually obtained the Heavenly Forbidden Flame, ranked 2nd on the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list. When he defeated my clan's 2-star sovereign, he hadn't even used the Heavenly Forbidden Flame power. The Star Domain God King ranking places Yi Chun brother 7th. If people knew he hadn't perished and was the Heavenly Forbidden Flame owner, surely Stone Ridge Palace would elevate Yi Chun brothers ranking even further. Of course, the top 10 of the Star Domain God King ranking are legends. As soon as the list spread, it immediately drew countless people's attention. Not just the top 10, the top 100 garnered immense attention. After all, they were the top 100 selected within countless divine kingdoms. Even the God King placed at the 100th position on the Star Domain God King ranking, since being listed has held his head higher. Yi Chun, on the other hand, didn't know he had also caught the attention of Stone Ridge Palace's Star Domain God King ranking. At this moment, he hadn't yet received news about the Star Domain God King ranking, having just hurriedly returned with General Insha from the True Spirit Divine Kingdom to the Mountain Divine Nation, to a place he once ventured and met Huyan Divine Master, the land of Demon Tomb. Chapter 1063, Insha's Repayment. The land of the Demon Tomb is located in the western territory of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom. Back then, Yi Chun ventured into the land of the Demon Tomb with the 9 Tribulations True God realm, experiencing countless dangers. In the end, he successfully broke through to the God King realm within the Demon Tomb and unlocked the 5th chapter of the Primordial Star Scripture, the Tai chapter. While gaining countless rewards, he was also cursed by the Huyan Divine Master, and he had to go to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom to find General Insha for the Huyan Divine Master to lift the curse. The Huyan Divine Master gave Yi Chun 5 years. Now, even before the final deadline, Yi Chun had already successfully brought General Insha back here to the Demon Tomb. Moreover, along the journey to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom, Yi Chun had successfully broken through to the peak level of the Upper God King. If it weren't for him needing to participate in the Stellar Domain Genius Battle of the God Kings, he would have already pressed through another breakthrough, possibly to the Divine Venerate realm. Yi Chun's combat power had taken a qualitative leap forward. Back then, facing the demons in the demon tomb that could even threaten an immortal divine venerable. Yi Chun encountered countless crises. But now, with the cultivation of the primordial star scripture, Tai chapter, the cultivation of the eternal God body, the cultivation of the God King realm, and wielding the heavenly forbidden flame, ranking second on the extreme heaven divine fire list, the demons of the demon tomb could no longer threaten Yi Chun. The present Yi Chun could even handle a 2-star sovereign. Not to mention those earth divine venerable level or heavenly divine venerable level demons. Even for immortal divine venerable level demons, Yi Chun could obliterate them in a single move. Moreover, Yi Chun had General Insha by his side. Back then, when General Insha and the Huyen divine master parted ways, she was already at the 9-star sovereign realm. Over countless years, although she was delayed in her practice while suppressing the starry sky demons together with Lord Emperor Yen, the accumulation of countless years coupled with Lord Emperor Yan's guidance had long since allowed General Insha to break through to the Divine Master Realm. The Divine Master Realm is divided into 9 levels, with the lowest being the 1st-level Divine Master and the highest being the 9th-level Divine Master. Now, General Insha was already at the peak of the 8th-level Divine Master, even stronger than the Huyen Divine Master of those days. Could be said, even in the Cosmic Sea, General Insha could suppress a large number of Divine Masters, let alone in a small demon tomb land in a common universe. The demon tomb, for General Insha, posed no obstacles at all. She could annihilate 9 demon tombs with a single move. Once Yi Chun and General Insha arrived at the area of the demon tomb, under Yi Chun's guidance, the two instantly reached the main tomb location where the Huyen Divine Master was. From Yi Chun's account, General Insha already knew what had happened to her master, the Huyen Divine Master. He had perished, leaving only a wisp of a remnant soul waiting for her. General Insha's eyes reddened as she entered the main tomb. Yi Chun, knowing that the Huyen Divine Master had much to explain to General Insha, waited outside without disturbing the reunion of master and disciple. Shortly after General Insha entered the main tomb, Yi Chun felt a lightness all over his body. He knew that after successfully bringing General Insha here, the curse left by the Huyen Divine Master on him had finally disappeared.
Ye Chan Similet.
Along the way, Yi Chun had been worried about the curse. However, later, he met Lord Emperor Yen and his senior sister Qinglan Star Lord, both of whom could easily lift the curse left by the Huyen Divine Master on him. Still, having found General Insha, he didn't trouble others. Now that the curse was lifted, and having successfully brought General Insha to the demon tomb, Yi Chun felt a strong sense of accomplishment. The episode of the curse is resolved. Finally, I can fully dedicate myself to the stellar domain genius battle of the God Kings. Now, whether it was the curse of Lord Huyen, or the demands from Sovereign Xuechen and the Northern Territory King regarding Long Li, which included the 9th Divine Institute Assessment, Charge Heaven Divine Mountain, and the Stellar Domain Genius Battle, Yi Chun had completed the majority. Now, there was only the last requirement left to fulfill, the Stellar Domain Genius Battle of the God Kings. Thinking about this last requirement, Yi Chun showed a confident smile. Back then, Sovereign Xuechen and the rest required me to enter the last round of the Stellar Domain Genius Battle of the God Kings to complete this 3rd requirement. It said that in every Stellar Domain Genius Battle of the God Kings, thousands of participants could enter the last round. It means reaching the top thousands in the Battle of the God Kings would meet the requirements of the 2 seniors. Among all the God Kings across every divine kingdom in the universe, to be in the top thousands might be difficult for others, but given all the opportunities I've received, if I can't even make the top thousands, Qinglan senior sister might scold me. Not to mention the top thousands, this time, I aim to strive for my best performance, to truly clash with those countless top God Kings in this universe, and see how they measure in combat power. Yi Chun was unaware of the major changes in this Stellar Domain Genius Battle, nor did he know that the Star Domain God King ranking had been released, placing him 7th. But Yi Chun knew that this Battle of the God Kings would certainly have formidable figures, like those top advanced Spirit Clan warriors he once saw on the Heavenly Spirit rankings, undoubtedly geniuses like him who could cross major realms to kill. These top genius god kings might even be more terrifying than the ordinary 1-star, 2-star, or 3-star sovereigns. But Yi Chun had absolute confidence to spar with these true geniuses from powerful clans. Who is strong and who is weak shall be determined by contest. There's more than 2 years before the stellar domain genius battle begins. In these 2 years, strive to completely master the Tai chapter and train other skills to their peak. Enhance my combat power to its highest point before the genius battle. Yi Chun pondered each of his plans. An hour later, General Insha emerged from the main tomb. Friend Yi Chun, thank you for bringing me here, allowing me to see my master's last remnant soul and receive my master's final instructions. Upon saying this, General Insha bowed deeply to Yi Chun in gratitude. General Insha, an eightfold divine lord, was offering thanks to the god king Yi Chun. If this scene were to spread, it might terrify countless sovereigns of various divine kingdoms to death. However, General Insha did not hesitate in the slightest as she expressed her gratitude towards Yi Chun. From her last conversation with her master, Huyen Divine Master, General Insha understood the difficulties Yi Chun went through to find her. She knew about the enormous risks Yi Chun took traveling from the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom and then to the Extreme Spirit Clan. Moreover, she realized what a genius Yi Chun was, being the first to fulfill the master's wish. Even when the Starry Sky Demon inexplicably disappeared earlier, Lord Emperor Yen mentioned that it was likely a prominent figure who saved them. Although some memories were erased, General Insha had a vague premonition that this prominent figure might be related to Yi Chun. After all, the variable in the crisis at that time was the strand of hair on Yi Chun. Though she could not recall what happened afterward, General Insha speculated that Yi Chun, standing before her, certainly had a miraculous fortune to reach this point. To such an outstanding genius, likely watched over by someone more powerful than Lord Emperor Yen, and to whom she owed a great favor, it was only natural for General Insha to treat Yi Chun with utmost courtesy. Senior, you are overwhelming this junior. General Insha was courteous, and Yi Chun dared not accept such a grand gesture from a divine master. He hurriedly helped General Insha to stand. General Insha straightened her body and looked at Yi Chun. I have been entrusted by my master to return to the cosmic sea to handle a few important matters. However, before leaving, I must thank you, Yi Chun, for bringing me to meet my master. I wonder if there is anything Yi Chun might need. Whatever I can do, I'll help you accomplish it. The gratitude of an eightfold divine lord was laid before Yi Chun. It could be said that even if Yi Chun requested General Insha's help to deal with an enemy of the ninefold supreme, the enemy's only outcome would be death. Furthermore, Yi Chun could gain incredible benefits from General Insha. Yet Yi Chun had no intention of asking for a sky-high price. Obviously, seeing a smile in General Insha's divine eye as she looked at him, not wanting him to refuse, Yi Chun did not decline her offer. After thinking for several moments, Yi Chun said to General Insha, Senior Insha, I do have a request, and I hope Senior can assist me. Oh, what is your request? Feel free to tell me. Hearing Yi Chun's words, General Insha smiled lightly, asking without any hesitation. This junior would like Senior's help in finding 2 people. Yi Chun expressed his thoughts. Those 2 people were not Jiang Yao and Long Li. Yi Chun already knew Jiang Yao and Long Li were cultivating in the secret ground of the 10,000 Beasts domain. He would search for them himself. Yi Chun requested General Insha to find 2 individuals. The Black Crow God King who took away Jiang Yao's clansmen and Lord Di Kong, who disappeared after leaving the little monkey behind. Back then, Mrs. He and several ninefold supremes also helped Yi Chun and Jiang Yao search for the Black Crow God King who took many clansmen from the Divine Phoenix clan. Later, when they found out that the Black Crow God King disappeared from the mysterious ice cave, Mrs. He and others couldn't enter the cave, leading the clues about the Black Crow God King to break off again. Lord Di Kong also vanished in a mysterious ice cave. Mrs. He and others had mentioned that the mysterious ice cave is the supreme secret of Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom, a mystery even the Divine Kingdom's Lord couldn't understand. Yi Chun speculated later that the mysterious ice cave remaining in Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom might be left by a cosmic sea stronger that emerged from it. Just like the Zishuan treasure palace where Jiang Yao and Long Li entered in the 10,000 Beasts domain, which is also a supreme secret place. Lord Dekong is related to the little monkey. The Black Crow God King took Jiang Yao's parents, grandparents, and countless clansmen of the Divine Phoenix clan, forcing them into slavery. Of course, Yi Chun wanted to find them. One was for the little monkey. Another was for Jiang Yao. Now, with an eightfold Divine Lord right in front, in the entire Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom, she posed no threat at all. General Insha could tread even this cosmic sea, and her divine sense was far more powerful than that of Mrs. He and others at the ninefold supreme level. If not for his senior sister leaving in haste, Yi Chun wouldn't want to waste her time heading to the Azure Sky Star Sea, a realm likely filled with battles between numerous Star Lords and Starry Sky Demons. Yi Chun even considered asking his senior sister for help in finding these two individuals. Now, with General Insha right in front, Yi Chun naturally needed to ask for her help. Find these two people. After listening to Yi Chun describe the causes and consequences, General Insha nodded with a smile. Yi Chun, rest assured. Before heading to the cosmic sea, I will sweep through this entire universe if needed to help you find these two individuals. But, Yi Chun, is this the only request you have? Chapter 1064. Yi Chun returns. Finally, when General Insha and Yi Chun parted ways to search for the two people Yi Chun asked her to find, Yi Chun looked in the direction where General Insha disappeared and shook his head with a smile. Senior Insha, you're simply too courteous. This time, General Insha not only fulfilled Yi Chun's request to find people as a token of gratitude or friendship, but also gave Yi Chun two more things. The first item was something General Insha repeatedly urged Yi Chun to ask for, so Yi Chun stopped refusing her kind intentions and told her about the missing materials needed to cultivate the Eternal God Body. The Eternal God Body requires the cultivation materials of the 5 great divine patterns: earth, fire, water, wind, and chaos. Previously, Yi Chun had gone through great efforts and even asked Mrs. He and many powerful beings from the Nine Flames clan and Extreme Spirit clan to collect the materials for earth, water, and wind. He had also found some of the materials for the fire divine pattern and the most powerful chaos divine pattern. However, there were still 4 final cultivation materials missing for the fire divine pattern and 25 materials for the chaos divine pattern. After Yi Chun told General Insha about the missing materials, to Yi Chun's surprise, General Insha had an invaluable secret treasure and managed to gather all 4 missing materials for the fire divine pattern in one go, and even gathered 22 of the 25 materials for the chaos divine pattern. Moreover, General Insha told Yi Chun that she knew where the last 3 missing materials for the chaos divine pattern were located, and assured him that when she returns to find Yi Chun, she would bring these final 3 materials. This means that Yi Chun will not only be able to start cultivating the fire divine pattern after finishing the earth, wind, and water divine patterns, but also be able to cultivate the most powerful chaos divine pattern of the Eternal God Body once General Insha brings the last 3 materials. The Eternal God Body is one of the most powerful sovereign-level divine bodies in this universe, and the difficulty of cultivation as well as the quest for materials is extremely challenging. But now, Yi Chun has already completed the cultivation of 3 divine patterns, and the material problems for the remaining 2 have been completely resolved. This means that Yi Chun truly has a good chance of successfully cultivating this immensely powerful God body. Indeed, a divine master is simply a divine master. Materials that are extremely precious to me are easily acquired by General Insha.
Yi Chun sighed deeply.
What Yi Chun didn't know was that General Insha's master, Huyen Divine Master, left a large batch of materials for Insha in the main tomb. Huyen Divine Master, originally an alchemist, was such a powerful being that he could even refine items like divine milk. Even after his death, his remnant soul knew the whereabouts of many materials. General Insha was the most beloved disciple of this alchemist Divine Master, and she was also an alchemist, naturally grasping the knowledge of countless material locations. And now, as an 8th-level Divine Master, acquiring those materials was simply effortless for General Insha. With the materials for the Eternal God Body, Once I complete the cultivation of its last 2 divine patterns, my combat power will increase significantly. By then, participating in the Stellar Domain Genius Battle of the God Kings, I'll have even greater confidence. Although General Insha helped Yi-chan gather the materials for the Eternal God Body, Yi-chan did not ask her to help search for the missing divine blood of several advanced life clans for the Tai chapter of the Primordial Star Scripture. These missing divine bloods, at Yi-chan's current strength, are already within his ability to obtain. Since these materials relate to the cultivation of the Primordial Star Scripture, he didn't inform General Insha of this matter. Nonetheless, even with no additional requests, besides promising to help Yi-chan find people and giving him cultivation materials, General Insha also provided him with 3 special divine runes before leaving. These 3 special divine runes, according to General Insha, were life-saving trump cards she specifically crafted during her leisure time while trapped in the 18 mysterious caves. Each divine rune possesses enormous divine might, infused with the terrifying divine energy of General Insha's divine master level. General Insha claimed that any one of these divine runes could definitely kill a 9-star sovereign. It could even kill a weaker divine master. By handing these 3 divine runes to Yi-chan, General Insha hoped to provide him with life-saving measures. After all, once she went to the Cosmic Sea, she couldn't take care of Yi-chan as much. She hoped Yi-chan would grow strong and thrive, and meet her again someday in the Cosmic Sea. Receiving these 3 divine runes crafted by an 8th-level divine master, Yi-chan carefully stored them away with deep respect. Yi-chan knew that these divine runes would likely truly save his life in critical moments. After all, divine masters rarely involve themselves in this universe's affairs, let alone an 8th-level divine master. Hardly anyone would expect Yi-chan to possess such formidable trump cards bestowed by an 8th-level divine master. Senior Insha said, "She would come to find me after searching this universe to find people for me. I've agreed to meet her at the location on the barbaric wilderness continent. Now, it's time to return to the minor spirit realm, to the barbaric wilderness continent, to visit Zhang Yao's clan members, to see my father, mother, and clan members, and to arrange for them inside the celestial spirit star left by my senior sister." Calculating the time, Yi-chan and Zhang Yao have been away from the heavenly spirit star, the location in the minor spirit realm on the barbaric wilderness continent, for more than 8 years now. 8 years in the world of cultivation is like a blink of an eye. During these 8 years, many in the lower realm, such as rotating pill cultivators and heavenly saints, may not have even managed to break through realms and advance. But in these 8 years, Yi-chan has successfully advanced from the heavenly saint realm when he left the barbaric wilderness continent, breaking through to true God and divine king in the divine kingdom on Wanmu Mountain, and is now at the pinnacle of upper God king. In these 8 years, Yi-chan has advanced from being able to battle against 9 tribulations true gods at the heavenly saint level to now being able to slay a sovereign at the God king level. This massive leap, such a significant breakthrough, is unimaginable even across the entire cosmos, let alone in the lower realms. As Yi-chan's figure flickered and he vanished from the demon tomb, heading towards the minor spirit realm on the celestial spirit star and the barbaric wilderness continent, people in one of the countless lower realms, the minor spirit realm of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom, were discussing Yi-chan. Divine Phoenix Clan, Divine Phoenix City. Back then, the Divine Phoenix Clan, one of the 6 ancient clans of the minor spirit realm, was besieged by the Flying Spirit Clan and the Vermilion Bird Clan in alliance. Countless clan members scattered across the 33 continents of the lower realms, and many were forcibly taken by the Black Crow God King as slaves. Later, after Yi-chan slew the clan leaders and many heavenly saint true gods of the Flying Spirit Clan and the Vermilion Bird Clan, both clans collapsed and were removed from the 6 ancient clans, while the Divine Phoenix Clan rose again in the minor spirit realm. Even though many clan members taken by the Black Crow God King have yet to return, those who were scattered across the 33 continents have returned to Divine Phoenix City. With the legendary reputation Yi-chan and Zhang Yao left behind, the remaining 3 ancient clans in the minor spirit realm all regard the Divine Phoenix Clan as the leader. Many powerful young women are proud to marry into the Divine Phoenix Clan, and many strong individuals have joined the clan, striving to rejuvenate it. Although only 8 years have passed, the current Divine Phoenix City is a scene of prosperity. Divine Phoenix Academy, the martial arts academy established after the reconstruction of the Divine Phoenix clan. It can be called the #1 academy in the minor spirit realm and across the 33 continents. Not only do strong figures like the true Phoenix Mulan true god of the Divine Phoenix clan reside here to teach, but even the most powerful true gods from the other 3 ancient clans, Baiming clan, Blood God clan, and Yen clan, have joined the Divine Phoenix Academy to mentor the younger generation. Countless young men and women from the entire minor spirit realm and lower realms of the 33 continents aspire to enter the Divine Phoenix Academy for cultivation. When Yi Chun left the barbaric wilderness continent, the then Palace Master of the Heavenly Sacred Palace, Yuanli Palace Master, who broke through to the True God realm, also went to the Divine Phoenix clan and now serves as the Dean of the Divine Phoenix Academy. On this day, Palace Master Yuan Li and Mulan True God were cultivating on a mountain at Divine Phoenix Academy. Back then, when Yi Chun left, Palace Master Yuan Li had just broken through to the True God realm, being only a first tribulation True God, while Mulan True God was a 3 tribulations True God. Now, over 8 years have passed. Palace Master Yuan Li has cultivated to the 3 tribulations True God, while Mulan True God has become a 7 tribulations True God. After finishing their cultivation, Palace Master Yuan Li and Mulan True God opened their eyes and looked at the bustling Divine Phoenix Academy and the even more magnificent Divine Phoenix City below the mountain, smiling. Our Divine Phoenix City has revived once more and has become even stronger. Back then, when several of our 9 tribulations True Gods left on an expedition, the clan leaders and other strong individuals were captured. The strongest left in the clan was only a 7 tribulations True God. Now, relying on the cultivation techniques and precious treasures that Yi Chun and Princess Yao left behind when they departed, another 9 tribulations True God has been born in the clan. Our Divine Phoenix clan has once again secured its place as an ancient clan in the minor spirit realm. Mulan True God sighed repeatedly. Palace Master Yuan Li also felt a deep sense of emotion, nodding, "Indeed, our breakthroughs are thanks to the gifts from many seniors whom Yi Chun encountered back then. Even though the current overall strength of our Divine Phoenix clan cannot match that of the Yen clan or the Baiming clan, with the cooperation of the other 3 ancient clans, the ancient emperor of the Yen clan, upon reaching the God King realm before heading to the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom, specifically instructed the clan to regard the Divine Phoenix clan as the leader. Now, our Divine Phoenix clan truly enjoys a flourishing scene. Palace Master Yuan Li and Mulan True God had witnessed the reconstruction of the Divine Phoenix clan, knowing well the hardships involved. All of this happened because of Yi Chun and Jiang Yao. I wonder how Princess Yao is doing after entering the 10,000 Beasts domain. Yi Chun heading to the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom must be performing brilliantly in the 9 Great God Institutes. Even though Yi Chun and Jiang Yao have been mentioned countless times over these 8 years, the topic between Palace Master Yuan Li and Mulan True God always revolves around the 2 of them. As elders to them, they watched Yi Chun and Jiang Yao grow little by little and naturally cared deeply about them. Palace Master Yuan Li looked up at the sky. Princess Yao, taken by Mrs. He, such a 9-star sovereign, must be living well. Perhaps she has also broken through to the True God realm by now. As for Yi Chun, taken by the East Territory King to the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom, 8 years have passed. Becoming a True God is undoubtedly assured for him, and perhaps he's even more powerful than us by now, possibly a 9 tribulations True God. Palace Master Yuan Li and Mulan True God could not forget Yi Chun's cultivation speed back then. Despite leaving Yi Chun at the Heavenly Saint realm, they believed he could definitely break through to the True God realm, and perhaps he has already advanced far within it. Mulan True God also smiled. I have a vague premonition that Yi Chun heading to the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom will create miracles, and he may have now reached the God King level. God King? Palace Master Yuan Li was utterly shocked. It's only been 8 years, and even though the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom is much more magical than the lower realms, the time is too short. Going from a heavenly saint to a God King, it's too hard, too hard. It's a pity we haven't yet broken through to the God King realm, and being from the lower realms, it's almost impossible for us to understand matters of the Divine Kingdom or to inquire about Yi Chun's news. Otherwise, I truly wish to see what level Yi-chun has reached in his cultivation now. As they were conversing, they suddenly saw an astounding divine light swiftly flashing down from the void heaven above the minor spirit realm, coming at an unimaginable speed toward divine Phoenix City. This figure was moving at a speed beyond their imagination, instantly reaching the skies above divine Phoenix City. And when they recognized the figure's appearance, Palace Master Yuan Li and Mulan True God exclaimed in disbelief, "Yi-chun!" Chapter 1065. Divine Might Overwhelming. The figure stood in the void, long hair fluttering in the wind, handsome and clean, with clear and spirited eyes. Who else could it be but Yi-chun? Senior Mulan. Palace Master. The incredulous voices of Palace Master Yuan Li and Mulan True God were loud and clear to Yi-chun, thanks to his current strength. Standing in the sky above divine Phoenix City, Yi-chun looked at the two true gods and spoke with a smile. It really is Yi-chun. Upon hearing Yi-chun's response, Palace Master Yuan Li and Mulan True God were so excited they nearly jumped for joy. They had not expected that Yi-chun, who went to the upper realm divine kingdom, would return so quickly, and he appeared even more formidable than they had imagined. Even though one was a true god of 3 tribulations and the other a true god of 7 tribulations, they did not possess the speed Yi-chun displayed upon his arrival. Not to mention them, even the 9 tribulations true gods and divine kings they knew didn't have this kind of speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! In their excitement, Palace Master Yuan Li and Mulan True God's figures instantly flickered and appeared in front of Yi-chun. The two examined Yi-chun from head to toe, noticing that his appearance hadn't changed much since he left, the only difference being his aura had become even more extraordinary. They even vaguely felt that, even without exuding any divine pressure, just standing in front of them, Yi-chun brought immense pressure to them. In facing Yi-chun, it was as if they were facing an existence beyond a divine king. Yi-chun, you've finally returned. Where is Princess Yao? Why didn't she come back with you? Yi-chun, what realm are you in now? Palace Master Yuan Li and Mulan True God had countless questions they wanted to ask Yi-chun. Shwa, 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 shwa. Just as the two were bombarding Yi-chun with questions, the earth-shattering commotion of Yi-chun descending upon divine Phoenix City also caught the attention of countless strong individuals inside the city, with many flying into the void. They originally thought such a great disturbance meant an enemy was attacking, but upon seeing the joyous expressions of Palace Master Yuan Li and Mulan True God, they realized the visitor was a friend, not a foe. And among those who recognized Yi-chun, upon clearly seeing his figure, their reactions were just like Palace Master Yuan Li and Mulan True God's, excitedly calling out, "It's Yi-chun! Yi-chun!" Who was taken away by the East Territory King of Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom, has returned. Heavens! His divine might feels even stronger than the 9 tribulations true God in our clan, and even more powerful than the ancient emperor of the Yen clan when he became a divine king. Upon hearing these joyous exclamations, many strong individuals who'd only heard of Yi-chun's name but never seen him also fixated their gaze on Yi-chun. Is he Yi-chun? That peerless genius. No wonder Princess Yao fancies him. His aura is indeed extraordinary, more magical than any young person I've ever seen. Amidst the bustling discussions, Yi-chun smiled and nodded at the countless people looking towards him. Then, he looked towards Palace Master Yuan Li and Mulan True God and began answering their questions. I've returned this time because I obtained a treasure, intending to take everyone to train within it. Yaoer is still in the 10,000 Beasts domain undergoing intense cultivation and hasn't returned with me. I'll bring her to meet everyone once she finishes her seclusion. As for my current realm, it is the Upper God King realm. Although the strengths of people like Mulan True God and Palace Master Yuan Li now paled compared to Yi-chun, since they were his seniors, Yi-chun still honestly recounted many things to them. Upper God King. The simple 4 words from Yi-chun caused countless people to stand frozen in shock. Whether they knew Yi-chun personally or merely heard of his exploits, they all knew that when Yi-chun left the minor spirit realm, he was only at the heavenly saint realm. In just over 8 years, Yi-chun had successfully advanced from heavenly saint to true god, and from true god to divine king, further achieving the upper god king. This was simply unimaginable. In just over 8 years, when many hadn't even broken through a small stage in their realm, Yi Chun had achieved so many substantial breakthroughs. These people didn't realize the miraculous events Yi Chun encountered on his journey. Whether it was training with Long Li in the Nine Suns ancient land and breaking through to 4 Tribulations True God, or advancing to 9 Tribulations True God at the Supreme Divine Institute, or roaming the Demon Tomb Heavenly God Mountain, and True Spirit Divine Kingdom to become an Upper God King. Any of these experiences were beyond what most could encounter or handle in a lifetime. Yi Chun rightfully deserved such divine, miraculous cultivation feats. Amidst the tremors, Mulan True God looked at Yi Chun, still struck and dazed. Yi Chun, have you really become an Upper God King? Also, you mentioned taking us into a treasure to cultivate. How many are you planning to take? Yi Chun had saved the Divine Phoenix clan, so Mulan True God, as well as the entire clan, naturally had no objections about him taking people to train, only curiosity. Seeing countless eyes on him, Yi Chun smiled and nodded. I have indeed become an Upper God King, and I have gained quite a few opportunities in the Divine Kingdom as well. As for the mentioned cultivation treasure, rather than a treasure, it's more accurate to call it a special life planet. And it is a planet countless times more precious than the minor spirit realm or any celestial continent within countless divine kingdoms. Training on this planet will multiply everyone's chances compared to now. How many people to take? Anyone willing can enter for cultivation after I've made my selection. The original Spirit Source Star was gifted to Yi Chun by senior sister Qinglan, and Yi Chun wished to bring this opportunity to the barbaric wilderness continent and the minor spirit realm, offering the people of his homeland a better chance of growth. Yi Chun's calm words threw everyone into disbelief. Yi Chun acquired a life planet? A planet more precious than the minor spirit realm or countless celestial continents in divine kingdoms. It's known that there are significant figures like divine venerables and sovereigns within the divine kingdom. Though it's unfathomable for Yi Chun to reach an upper god king status, he managed to acquire something more precious than divine kingdom celestial continents. Many sovereigns can only train on those celestial continents. Amidst the shock, Yi Chun heard a few familiar voices. Brother Yi Chun, I'm willing to train on the life planet you mentioned. Yi Chun, I want to go too. Count me in. The chance that Brother Yi Chun is offering us is a monumental fortune for us. Yi Chun spotted the speaking people, such as the little fox Mu Qingqing, who he met when heading to the heavenly sacred palace. The little girl from then had now cultivated to the heavenly saint realm. He also saw Huameyer, whom he met on the leaving fire continent of the 33 continents, and Murong Chi-Chi, whom he met during the sword fighting tournament. Unbelievably, many acquaintances from the lower realm had now come to the minor spirit realm and to the divine phoenix clan. Yi Chun looked at them and nodded with a smile. Mu Qingqing, Huameyer, and Murong Chi-Chi looked at Yi Chun's familiar gaze and trembled with excitement, waving wildly at him. As these familiar acquaintances with Yi Chun spoke one after another, others too gradually recovered from their shock. The new 9 Tribulations True Gods in charge of the Divine Phoenix clan's affairs flew up to Yi Chun, saying, Yi Chun, it's a fortune you bestow upon us to take us to train on an even more wondrous life planet. Of course, we are willing. Though initially shocked and incredulous, they did not refuse Yi Chun's good intention and had utmost trust in him. Even the true gods from the other 3 ancient clans instructing at Divine Phoenix Academy spoke up to Yi Chun. Friend Yi Chun, could members of my clan also enter and train on that life planet? Yi Chun nodded, not immediately responding, and instead raised his hand. Instantly, a polar sky-level spatial divine artifact appeared in the void. It was a spindle-shaped treasure, originally only the size of a palm. But when Yi Chun activated the divine light in his hand, the spindle-shaped treasure rapidly expanded to become several tens of feet large, revealing an incomparably brilliant divine light entrance. Yi Chun flicked his sleeve, releasing endless divine might from his body, enveloping the entire divine Phoenix City and even the entire minor spirit realm. I am Yi Chun. Anyone willing to follow me to the new territory for cultivation, come to Divine Phoenix Clan's Divine Phoenix City, and enter the polar sky-level spatial divine artifact in the void above the city. I'll give everyone 3 days to decide and enter. After 3 days, I will leave with the polar sky-level spatial divine artifact. Also, those who do enter will be subject to some elimination, and the method is mine to decide. Yi Chen's voice spread throughout the entire minor spirit realm, an artifact of polar sky level only possessed by sovereign levels. The divine might encompassing the entire minor spirit realm. Words echoing throughout the entire minor spirit realm. Countless people, hearing Yi Chen's voice throughout the minor spirit realm, and seeing the brilliantly luminous polar sky-level artifact in the void above Divine Phoenix City, were all stunned by Yi Chen's overwhelming divine might. Chapter 1066. The Legend of Yi Chen. This shocking action caused the entire minor spirit realm to tremble. Even people in regions extremely far from the Divine Phoenix clan were inquiring about what had happened. When these people learned about Yi Chen appearing in Divine Phoenix City and the priceless cultivation opportunity he brought, countless people flocked crazily to Divine Phoenix City. Even almost everyone from the other 3 ancient clans had come to Divine Phoenix City. Yi Chen, however, paid no mind to the upheaval in the minor spirit realm. This time he returned to the minor spirit realm and the barbaric wilderness continent just to bring some opportunities to the people of his homeland and did not intend to spend too much time here. After all, there was still the stellar domain genius battle of the God Kings, waiting for him. There were even more powerful realms like Divine Venerable Realm, Sovereign Realm, and the Cosmic Sea's Divine Master, Cosmic Emperor, and Star-Lord Realm waiting for him. ZG Star-Lord was still striving to eliminate the Starry Sky Demon, and Senior Sister Qinglan had also gone to the Azure Sky Star Sea. Yi Chen, who knew countless things, knew that the entire Cosmic Sea, and countless universes, might face a dreadful threat. Of course, he had countless urgent matters to attend to. He needed to handle these issues quickly, continue his cultivation, and prepare for the future. After setting up the ultimate heavenly spatial divine artifact, Yi Chen conversed with Mulan True God, Palace Master Yuan Li, Mu Qingqing, and others, and after advising the leaders of the 3 ancient clans on several matters, he directly left the minor spirit realm. Minor spirit realm, here resided the family of Jiang Yao. And Yi Chen was yet to head to the barbaric wilderness continent to see his own family. Barbaric wilderness continent, one of the 33 continents under minor spirit realm. Qingyang City, originally just an ordinary small city in the barbaric wilderness continent. But now, Qingyang City could be called the most attention-grabbing city in the barbaric wilderness continent. Even though Qingyang City isn't the largest city in the barbaric wilderness continent, it has become the city with the most visiting experts. Because, in Qingyang City emerged an extraordinary figure who has completely influenced even the minor spirit realm of the upper realm, Yi Chen. Due to Yi Chen, countless experts from the barbaric wilderness continent often come to Qingyang City to pay respects to Yi family and the other 2 families allied with Yi family, the Bai family and the Qian family. Previously, hardly ever had Qingyang City seen a rotating pill realm expert, but in recent years, not only did heavenly saints frequently come to Qingyang City, but even true gods from the minor spirit realm often came. People near Qingyang City even witnessed the descent of a god king. And now Qingyang City has expanded several times since the time Yi Chen left. Neighboring cities, knowing Yi Chen's miraculous legends, voluntarily became part of Qingyang City's jurisdiction and merged with Qingyang City. The 3 original major families of Qingyang City, Yi family, Bai family, Qian family, each covered an area many times larger than before, becoming extremely prosperous. In a tea house in Qingyang City, countless people who had just arrived to witness the world gathered around a storyteller. The storyteller was recounting, for the umpteenth time, the legends about Yi Chen. The unparalleled genius Yi Chen was originally just cultivating in the 8th-class sect Qingyun sect, but through his hard work and extraordinary talent, he later entered the number 1 ranked Taishan sect among the 36 sects in the eastern domain of the Heavenly Wind Kingdom. Moreover, his peerless brilliance also attracted the affection of Jiang Yao, the top genius of the number 1 Taishan sect of the eastern domain's 36 sects, and the 2 became a perfect couple. It is said that Zhang Yao was extremely beautiful and extraordinarily talented. Later, she and Yi Chun entered the heavenly sacred palace in the central domain of the barbaric wilderness continent to cultivate, and eventually, the two traveled across the 33 continents of the lower realm. Rumor has it that Yi Chun even obtained an extraordinary inheritance from a divine kingdom. In the past, when facing the descent of countless true gods from the minor spirit realm in the lower realm, he exterminated countless true gods and was able to kill 9 tribulations true gods while in the heavenly saint realm. It's even rumored that the great catastrophe of the undersea divine palace in the minor spirit realm was saved solely by Yi Chun. In the end, Yi Chun was taken to the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom by the East Territory King of the highly prestigious Divine Kingdom. That East Territory King is rumored to be a sovereign realm powerhouse, a level we cannot imagine, capable of destroying even our barbaric wilderness continent, the 33 continents, and the minor spirit realm with ease. Such an existence is said to value Yi Chun greatly. Every time the storyteller mentioned Yi Chun's incredible experiences, it elicited astonished gasps from the audience. Many could hardly imagine that a boy from a small city could accomplish such astonishing feats. Luckily, I came to Qingyang City this time. Just hearing Yi Chun's legends makes my blood boil. I must be like him, break through from true Qi realm to spirit Sea realm, and ultimately to the heavenly saint, and go to the divine kingdom to become a true god, a god king. Below, a group of young people who had just embarked on the path of cultivation, in the true Qi realm, were filled with passion after hearing Yi Chun's story. Their spirits surged uncontrollably. Just as the tea house was bustling with activity, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Yi Chun is back! He's back from the divine kingdom! Yi Chun has returned to Qingyang City." Bang! This exclamation instantly quieted the bustling tea house, and the next moment, the entire tea house erupted. Yi Chun is back? The Yi Chun who was rumored to have gone to the divine kingdom is back? Countless people hurriedly poured out of the tea house, heading towards the Yi family in Qingyang City. In the grand hall of the Yi family in Qingyang City, Yi Chun was surrounded by the elders of the Yi family, Bai family, and Chen family, as well as a hall full of clan members. Yi Chen's father, Yi Xiaotian, mother, Lin Rin, and the little girl tower were all looking at Yi Chun with excitement. The little girl tower had been clinging to Yi Chun ever since his return, her face flushed with excitement. In the grand hall, Yi Chun briefly recounted some of his experiences in the divine kingdom to the 3 families. When hearing that Yi Chun is now an upper god king and his combat power can even contend with a sovereign-level figure, the little girl tower proudly said, "I knew that no matter where the young master goes, he is the most formidable. Back when the young master was in the Qingyun sect, he was the first in the Qingyun sect. In the minor spirit realm, he was also the first. Now, having gone to the divine kingdom, even in the best of the 9 great divine institutes, the young master is still the first." Tower's proud voice made the clansmen of the 3 great families smile with delight. Indeed, Yi Chun is always so extraordinary wherever he is. For more than 8 years, the clansmen of the 3 great families have experienced the unique changes Yi Chun has brought to them, with heavenly saints, true gods, and god kings frequently visiting the 3 great families, all for Yi Chun's sake. Initially, when Yi Chun set out for the divine kingdom, they were incredibly worried, but now seeing Yi Chun's achievements, they can finally put their minds at ease. A strong person is indeed a strong person wherever they are. Senior 1,000 Mechanisms. Senior Lian Yu. Yi Chun looked towards the 2 true gods in the main hall, both smiling cheerfully at him, and bowed respectfully. These 2, Heavenly Saint Qian Ji and Heavenly Saint Lian Yu, were crucial in Yi Chun's growth journey. It was in the Thousand Lotus Cave abode back in the day that Yi Chun met Zhang Yao and made rapid progress. Of course, Heavenly Saint Qian Ji had already broken through to become a true god in the undersea divine palace of the minor spirit realm, and Lian Yu was awakened by Yi Chun and Zhang Yao. She is now also in the true god realm. Calling them heavenly saints is no longer appropriate. Both should be addressed as true gods. True God 1,000 Mechanisms and True God Lian Yu have stayed at the Yi family for years, not even visiting the minor spirit realm, teaching the youths of the three great families, which moved Yi-chun immensely. Back when Yi-chun left 9 Heaven Saint Isil guardians with the family, Bing Shi, Bing Shire, and Bing Shurgyo, seeing them now made Yi-chun reflect deeply. Although only over 8 years have passed, Yi-chun felt like he had been away from the family for a long, long time. In the past, when I first ventured into the Divine Kingdom, I didn't have the strength to bring my family there. Now, with this superior original spirit source star, Yi-chun can finally make proper arrangements for his family. In the future, he can frequently cultivate in the original spirit source star and spend time with his family. Chenner, what is the reason for your return this time? After Yi-chen's return had brought great joy to the three great families, Yi-chen's mother, Lin Rin, also inquired. Yes, Yi-chen, even though you progress quickly, don't waste time on us. We will live well in the lower realm and won't hold you back. True God Thousand Mechanisms said as well. Seeing the concerned eyes of his clansmen, Yi-chun smiled and said, I came back this time to take everyone with me. 3 days later, a beam of divine light shot straight into the sky from Qingyang City, disappearing instantly above void heaven. This divine light was none other than Yi-chun, who had spent 3 days with his family in Qingyang City on the barbaric wilderness continent. Yi-chun also carried an ultimate heavenly spatial divine artifact. This was a circular ultimate heavenly spatial divine artifact, unlike the spindle-shaped one Yi-chun left in the minor spirit realm. An ultimate heavenly spatial divine artifact is a sovereign-level divine artifact, and many sovereigns don't even possess two. Yet, with the countless treasures Yi-chun obtained when he entered the ancient forbidden grounds, carrying 2 ultimate heavenly spatial divine artifacts is of little concern. At this moment, inside the ultimate heavenly spatial divine artifact that Yi-chun carried, were his father and mother, Tower, the clansmen of the three great families, his childhood friends Bai Xiaodong, Chen Yun, Bai Xiaodai, and others, as well as True God Thousand Mechanisms and True God Lien Yu, along with countless people from the barbaric wilderness continent and even the 33 continent. Yi-chun brought the opportunity to the minor spirit realm and certainly wouldn't let the barbaric wilderness continent and the lower realm 33 continent miss out on this opportunity either. People he was familiar with and a number of exceptionally talented individuals, as long as they weren't troublemakers, and were willing to follow him to the original spirit source star to cultivate, he brought along inside the ultimate heavenly artifact. An ultimate heavenly spatial divine artifact is the finest spatial divine artifact in the Divine Kingdom. Not only is its internal space immense, but even the outside is visible clearly. At this time, inside the ultimate heavenly artifact, countless people watched as the void heaven flew past alongside Yi-chun, marveling continuously. When Yi-chun reached the minor spirit realm, those who had never seen the world of the minor spirit realm marveled abundant expressions of amazement. And when Yi-chun completed selecting the people of the minor spirit realm and took another group away from the minor spirit realm into the cosmos, countless people who chose to follow Yi-chun were even more awestruck at seeing the miraculous stellar world and Yi-chun's capability to traverse the starry sky. Amidst the boundless starry sea, Yi-chun gazed at the gradually shrinking minor spirit realm, the celestial spirit star, where the barbaric wilderness continent resides, silently thinking in his heart. It's a pity I didn't meet Elder Kudu at the Undersea Divine Palace this time. He is probably still in deep cultivation. In the future, I'll have a chance to return to the minor spirit realm and pay my respects to him again. Now, it's time to find a suitable location to release and settle the original spirit source star. This original spirit source star, much larger and more precious than the celestial spirit star, where the minor spirit realm and barbaric wilderness continent reside. More than enough for the people I took to live in, and I can even bring more people to the original spirit source star. Chapter 1067. Incredible Divine Lands. After completely leaving the celestial spirit star region, Yi-chun flipped his palm, and a polar sky-level flying boat appeared in his grasp. Swish! With a flick of divine light from Yi-chen's hand, the polar sky-level flying boat instantly enlarged, soaring into the boundless starry sky in front of Yi-chun. With Yi-chen's current strength, even traversing the cosmic starry sky posed no fear of the cosmic starstorms and various destructive lights. However, traveling with the physical body was too slow. Flying from one star continent to another took a very long time. Searching for a place to release the original spirit source star in the universe was faster with the polar sky level flying boat. The people who were within Yi Chen's polar sky level spatial divine artifact were utterly stunned by Yi Chen's terrifying speed in the starry sky and the impressive treasures they had never seen before. These people knew that if it weren't for Yi Chen, many of them might never witness such a sight of flying in the universe in their lifetimes. Yi Chen, however, was unaware of their thoughts. At that moment, his gaze was fully focused on each star continent he flew over, immersed in the boundless starry sky. Yi Chen saw enormous floating star continents, lifeless dead stars, stellar vortices, and even distant star rivers and star oceans formed by countless stars converging. Mysterious, brilliant, dazzling, and incredible, there was endless space all around, filled with countless stars. The cosmic scenery left Yi Chen marveling in wonder. When Yi Chen had traveled from Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation to True Spirit Divine Kingdom, he used the teleportation divine formation, so he had never flown through the universe like this. As Sister Qinglan said, many Star Lords, when releasing their original spirit source stars, would even set up superstar formations using countless dead stars outside the original spirit source star, and even cultivate the original spirit source star using star rivers and star oceans. Such miracles can only be achieved by beings at the level of Star Lord realm. I'm still far, far away from such a level. However, within the realm of Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, there's no need to exert much effort on the surroundings of the original spirit source star, as long as a sufficiently large space can be found. After all, this is a Star Lord's original spirit source star. Be it the divine miracle of the original spirit source star or the illustrious reputation of a Star Lord at this level, others can't even discover the original spirit source star. Even if they did, they wouldn't dare mess with a Star Lord's possession. As Yi Chen observed the cosmic landscapes passing beneath the polar sky level flying boat, these thoughts ran through his mind. After the flying boat had flown for about 2 hours, Yi Chen suddenly stopped it. In an instant, Yi Chen flashed outside the flying boat, and with a gesture, he stored the flying boat back into the storage divine ring on his person. Then he looked up ahead. In the cosmic space in front, several dead stars drifted, leaving behind a vast area of space, sufficient to release the original spirit source star. Here, within the East Province range of Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, the East Territory King has treated me exceptionally well. Placing this original spirit source star under his jurisdiction seems appropriate. Moreover, considering it's not too far from several enormous star continents, in the future, when those I bring within the original spirit source star break through to Divine King, it will be convenient for them to leave the original spirit source star and travel to the Divine Kingdom. Yi Chen decided upon the location to place the original spirit source star. Compared to the choice of location, Yi Chen was more curious about the interior of the original spirit source star left by Sister Qinglan. Sister Qinglan mentioned that the 5 lines on the original spirit source star could transform into invaluable cave heaven and blessed lands, where the spiritual energy provided rivals that of some ancient lands in the cosmic sea. Countless Star Lords consider the original spirit source star their base of operations. I must quickly release the original spirit source star to see what's inside. With a flash of mind and spirit, Yi Chen directly took out the round bead that Qinglan Star Lord had given him. The fist-sized bead was engraved with 5 strange lines forming a petal-like pattern. No one would think that such a small bead was actually a Star Lord's original spirit source star capable of transforming into an incredibly precious planet. Yi Chen also wanted to see how this transformation would occur. Whoosh! Yi Chen directly followed the activation method taught by Sister Qinglan, pinching a spell with his hand, and divine light from his body merged onto the original spirit source star bead. In an instant, Yi Chen felt an incredibly terrifying life force emanating from within the original spirit source star. If this life force were all infused into Yi Chen's body, even with his current combat power capable of defeating a 2-star sovereign, he couldn't withstand it. This was life force nurturing an entire planet. Not just Yi Chen. Even many masters of the cosmic sea and cosmic emperors couldn't absorb such vast life force. Yi Chen merely followed the spell taught by Sister Qinglan, harmonizing his divine power with the original spirit source star. Once Yi Chen's divine power merged into the bead, he felt he had truly become the bead's master. When this bead transforms into the original spirit source star, the entire planet will be under his control. He is the true master of this original spirit source star. Wow! 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 As Yi Chen and the original spirit source star pearl had a mysterious response and completely took the original spirit source star as his own. The next moment, Yi Chen's finger pointed towards the boundless cosmic starry sky. Swoosh! The original spirit source star pearl immediately flew towards the area Yi Chen pointed to. Followed by, a jaw-dropping event occurred. In an instant, this pearl emitted a terrifying divine glow that even Yi Chen and countless people who followed him within the two polar sky-level spatial divine artifacts had never seen before. This divine glow completely enveloped enough cosmic space to hold dozens of star continents. Strangely, if one was outside the space covered by the divine glow of the original spirit source star pearl, they couldn't see what was happening within. Clearly, the original spirit source star had begun its birth, already blocking out all external light. Only Yi Chen and those inside could see what was happening in this domain. As the ultimate divine glow began to release, the original spirit source star pearl, originally only the size of a fist, instantly expanded and grew larger. In just a breath, this pearl transformed into a small mountain-sized entity, and with another breath, it became an enormous star. Even the mighty force generated by this pearl caused many surrounding dead stars to tremble out of their original positions. This vast expanse of cosmic space was entirely centered around this original spirit source star. Yi Chen observed that this newly formed star was countless times larger than the celestial spirit star where barbaric wilderness continent and minor spirit realm resided, about the same size as the enormous star continents he had seen in Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation. Originally, Qing Lan had said that the original spirit source star would become as large as a common star, but unexpectedly, a common star in the eyes of his sister from the cosmic sea was already unimaginably massive to the people of many divine kingdoms. Even more wondrous things awaited. When the original spirit source star truly formed, the 5 peculiar lines on the pearl directly transformed into intensely rich chaos chi. Yi Chen even saw in this chaos chi flashes of flame more resplendent than the polar sky-level divine fire heavenly forbidden flame in his hand, appearing and disappearing, along with radiant divine water containing endless vitality, and divine earth capable of birthing invaluable treasures, divine wood. Clearly, these 5 peculiar lines were the true essence of the original spirit source star forming its cave heaven and blessed land. As this invaluable chaos chi floated on the original spirit source star, just the slightest wisp drifting to the ground formed rivers brimming with spiritual energy, creating mist-like mountains rich in spiritual energy. The density of spiritual energy in these domains surpassed that of many precious cultivation grounds on the barbaric wilderness continent. Further domains formed directly into precious spirit fields, spirit seas, and the level of spiritual energy even surpassed that of the minor spirit realm. What delighted Yi Chen even more was yet to come. When the chaos chi truly started to roil on the land of the original spirit source star, forming one dazzling domain after another, these domains were comparable to the countless cultivation places and residences of a divine kingdom. Finally, when the truly chaotic chi from the 5 peculiar lines descended upon the original spirit source star, it formed the most precious 6 sky-shocking giant mountains on it. Among these 6 sky-shocking giant mountains, 5 were individually formed by the 5 lines: the mountain of divine fire, the mountain of divine wood, the mountain of divine water, the mountain of divine earth, and the mountain of divine metal. The tallest 6th giant mountain was directly where the 5 lines converged, the true domain covered by chaos chi, the most precious cultivation ground on this original spirit source star. After the 5 lines shaped the original spirit source star, Yi Chen led the people inside the 2 polar sky-level spatial divine artifacts onto the original spirit source star. When the people emerged from the polar sky-level spatial divine artifacts and stood on the land of the original spirit source star, seeing endless divine light shining down from the sky, more brilliant than a star, seeing endless spiritual energy blanketing the land, more remarkable than their cultivation grounds, countless people were so excited they wanted to jump for joy. Yi Chen, after explaining a few words to the crowd, took the lead in exploring the various cultivation areas on the original spirit source star. Yichun discovered that the original spirit source star, worthy of being nurtured by the power of a Star Lord level, was extraordinarily miraculous. Within it were abodes suitable for cultivation for people of various realms. Of course, the two precious abodes, with the current realm of the people he brought here, couldn't be entered yet. Otherwise, the dense divine light alone would burst their physical bodies. However, for Yichun, as the master of this original spirit source star, even if he couldn't yet withstand cultivating in the most precious 6 great divine mountains, he could still enter them. Moreover, after exploring them, the divine fire and divine water within would begin to form cultivation environments according to his current realm. After a thorough exploration, Yichun felt indescribably thrilled. This original spirit source star, which could serve as a Star-Lord realm powerhouse's home base, if he continued to cultivate here, he could even reach the Master Realm and Cosmic Emperor Realm within the Cosmic Sea without issues. Although he couldn't always cultivate here, inevitably needing to venture to other places, this original spirit source star had already given Yichun a true home base, leaving him with no concerns. An incredible divine land. The original spirit source star indeed is the incredible divine land only a Star-Lord can create. Chapter 1068. Meeting Bing Yi again. After thoroughly exploring the original spirit source star, Yichun returned to the group. Next, it was certainly the time to arrange residences and cultivation areas. Those who accompanied Yichun to the original spirit source star included the 3 major families of Qingyang City, Yichun's closest relations, Zhang Yao's Divine Phoenix clan, as well as many clans who almost relocated their entire groups. Among them were the Yen clan, Baiming clan, Blood God clan, and even several clans from the 33 continents. Human power is boundless. Even though the original spirit source star had just been born, among the countless individuals who followed Yichun, there were numerous heavenly saints and true gods. Building a city was extremely easy for them. Although the original spirit source star's most precious territorial divine power was too terrifying for them to enter, selecting optimal precious spots was exceptionally easy for these clans. Regarding the construction of living areas, Yichun didn't give it much thought. Such minor matters did not require his concern. The administration by major clans took care of everything seamlessly without Yichun needing to instruct them. The Qingyang City's 3 major families and Zhang Yao's Divine Phoenix clan were directly pushed by everyone to the most appropriate and precious residence areas for these heavenly saints and true gods. Even the other clans were actively helping the Qingyang City's 3 major families and the Divine Phoenix clan in constructing their cities. Yichun spent a few days with his family, arranging the basic living needs before heading directly to the location of the 6 great divine mountains on the original spirit source star, entering directly into the Divine Fire Mountain. Releasing the original spirit source star and bringing his family and relatives to a new residence was something Yichun needed to do, but he wouldn't waste precious cultivation time on it. Now the new residence had been arranged. Yichun was prepared to, in the Divine Fire Mountain, advance the cultivation of the fire divine pattern of the eternal God body, which had just gathered its materials, and further refine and master the heavenly forbidden flame. Once Yichun entered the Divine Fire Mountain, he was completely enveloped by the endless flames of divine power. As days passed, about 7 days later, a figure flew directly out of the Divine Fire Mountain. This figure was none other than Yichun, who entered the Divine Fire Mountain for cultivation 7 days ago. At this moment, Yichun revealed a faint smile. As expected, Primal Beginning Universe's original spirit source star, a Star-Lord level divine object, is extraordinarily precious. Even if I can only use a tiny portion of the divine origin, the cultivation in it allows me to cultivate several times faster than outside, and the effectiveness is exponentially stronger. If I were outside, completing the cultivation of the fire divine pattern of the eternal God body would require tremendous effort, but inside the Divine Fire Mountain, I completed it successfully without wasting a day. And about Heavenly Forbidden Flame. Heavenly Forbidden Flame ranks second on the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list, a polar sky-level divine fire, which even many 9-star sovereigns desire. Previously, I had mastered only 1/10 of its divine might, but during these 7 days of cultivation, I have achieved control over about 30% of the heavenly forbidden flame's divine might. Wow. While speaking, Yichun flicked his finger, and a golden heavenly forbidden flame appeared before him. This cluster of golden, heavenly forbidden flame, under Yi Chen's spell, transformed directly into a golden firebird. This golden firebird was much larger than the one Yi Chen formed when he initially refined the heavenly forbidden flame in the true spirit divine kingdom. More miraculous is the mysterious and unparalleled patterns on its wings. The gold flames surging on it exude a terrifying killing force. Just a tiny cluster of golden flame landing on others could burn many immortal divine venerables and even low-level sovereigns into oblivion. Cultivation on the original spirit source star allowed Yi Chen's strength to once again undergo a substantial leap. The successful cultivation of the eternal God body, fire divine pattern, indicated Yi Chen had mastered 4 out of the 5 great divine patterns of the eternal God body. Coupled with the heavenly forbidden flame, his most powerful trump card, and Yi Chen's unique primordial star scripture, Tai chapter starry origin power technique, Yi Chen now, if he encountered the 2-star sovereign he battled in the extreme spirit clan before, could probably annihilate them in a mere flip of his hand. Refining the heavenly forbidden flame requires accumulation. The current stage of refining is already the strongest my realm can achieve. Further refining would require me to reach the divine venerable realm level. Additionally, since the heavenly forbidden flame is my trump card, it cannot be easily used. Later on, focus must still be on the eternal God body and Tai chapter. The last missing material for the final divine pattern, chaos divine pattern of the eternal God body, has already been promised by Insha predecessor to be found. For now, I need to go out and gather the missing divine blood required for cultivating Tai chapter. Also, I need to return to the Supreme Divine Institute once, as I've been out for a long time, and many people in the Institute may be worried about me. Most importantly, I need to visit the 10,000 Beasts domain to see how Yaoer and Longli's cultivation is progressing. Many things await Yi Chen to accomplish. After concluding his cultivation session, Yi Chen prepared for his temporary departure from the original spirit source star. When Yi Chen once again arrived at the territory outside the original spirit source star, where entities below God King could survive, he couldn't help but sigh. The human power is indeed limitless. Presently, with true gods taking action, many cities have been built in the outer territories, each bustling with activity, quite unlike the newly formed appearance of the original spirit source star. If it weren't for the deeper territories yet to be constructed, it would be hard to imagine that this planet still didn't exist a few days ago. Yi Chen arrived at the residences of the 3 major families and the Divine Phoenix clan. Everyone in the 3 major families and the Divine Phoenix clan knew the relationship between Yi Chen and Zhang Yao. This time, the 2 groups directly built their dwelling areas together, and named the place Heavenly Spirit City. It seemed to hold the meaning of commemorating the previous life on the celestial spirit star. Yi Chen, after explaining a few words to the 3 major families and Mulan true god of the Divine Phoenix clan, directly flew away from Heavenly Spirit City, leaving the original spirit source star. However, this time when he left, the sense of separation among the 3 major families and the Divine Phoenix clan was not so heavy, because everyone knew that Yi Chen was going to see Zhang Yao, and he would be back soon. Swish! A beam of divine light vanished, quickly heading from the original spirit source star towards the direction of the Supreme Divine Institute of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom. The Supreme Divine Institute, the #1 martial arts institute in the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom. The most coveted first place of cultivation for countless martial artists of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom. Even though the original spirit source star that Yi Chen obtained was countless times more precious than the land of the Supreme Divine Institute, there was no inheritance within the original spirit source star. At this time, apart from Yi Chen, there were only those below the God King realm, and in terms of cultivation value, apart from the place of cultivation, it actually couldn't compare to the Supreme Divine Institute for now. Of course, for the countless people of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom, they didn't even know about such a divine object as the original spirit source star, and would not compare it with the Supreme Divine Institute. In their eyes, the Supreme Divine Institute was an existence that the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom looked up to, At this moment, the Supreme Divine Institute was engulfed in a chaotic mixture of joy and sorrow. The joy was that ever since the ruler of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom and the Northern Territory King and others returned from the splendid Star Sea, the entire Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom knew about the difference of this stellar domain genius battle. More so about the earth-shattering rewards of this stellar domain genius battle. The top 10 in the 3 major battles of this stellar domain genius battle. The battle of the true gods, the battle of the god kings, and the battle of the divine venerables, could be brought into the primal beginning universe to cultivate by the ancestral god temple of the cosmic sea, and be bestowed with opportunities of the level of divine master, overlord, and even cosmic emperor, according to their rank. Just this rumor was enough to shock the entire Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom and the 9 great divine institutes, including the Supreme Divine Institute. Of course, trying to seize a top 10 spot amidst competition from countless divine kingdoms was extremely difficult for a medium-level divine kingdom like Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom. However, even if they couldn't get the best top 10 rewards this time, the other rewards were countless times more precious than before, which certainly delighted countless disciples of the Supreme Divine Institute. What saddened countless people at the Supreme Divine Institute was related to Yi Chun. All the disciples of the Supreme Divine Institute knew they had an incredible figure in their institute, Yi Chun. Not only did Yi Chun have a relationship with the Supreme Divine Institute's first goddess Longli, which was incredibly close, but he was also watched by the Northern Territory King, East Territory King, and others who were the strongest batch of people in the Divine Kingdom, and was equally the most extraordinarily gifted person in the entire Supreme Divine Institute. Everyone knew that because of Yi Chun's past relationship with Longli, Yi Chun was required by Mrs. He and the Northern Territory King to complete 3 major tests. At the time, everyone thought Yi Chun couldn't complete these 3 major tests. But what everyone did not expect was that Yi Chun not only took first place in the 9 Divine Institute's assessments in the first test, but also successfully traversed Heavenly God Mountain in the second test, becoming an Upper God King in one fell swoop. Everyone knew that it should be incredibly easy for Yi Chun to complete the 3 test requirements of the 2 sovereigns. After all, the final test required Yi Chun to enter the final round in the Star Domain Genius Battle God King Battle. Based on the understanding of Yi Chun's combat power by the disciples of Supreme Divine Institute, Yi Chun, when he came out from Heavenly God Mountain, already had this kind of strength. However, what no one expected was that when they learned about the earth-shattering change in the test rewards of the Star Domain Genius Battle, they also learned a piece of bad news, as indicated on the newly published Star Domain God King ranking, that Yi Chun might have perished in the True Spirit Divine Kingdom. Close associates of Yi Chun, such as the little provincial princess, knew that when Yi Chun returned from Heavenly God Mountain, he indeed headed to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom. The information from the Star Domain God King ranking might be true, even though the Star Domain God King ranking mentioned Yi Chun possibly obtaining the second-ranked Heavenly Forbidden Flame on the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list, with the strength to break into the top 10 of the Star Domain God King ranking. A deceased mighty person, no matter how powerful, has indeed perished. The fall of a genius from the Supreme Divine Institute capable of entering the top 10 God Kings of the entire Divine Kingdom undoubtedly brought immense sorrow to countless people. And for close associates of Yi Chun like the little provincial princess, upon learning this news, it was completely unbelievable. Rumor had it that the little provincial princess even locked herself in her room and hadn't come out for a long time. Even the East Territory King, Northern Territory King, Sovereign Shuechen, and other strong figures, upon knowing this news, went to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom without hesitation. At this moment, on the outermost part of the 18 enormous star continents of the Supreme Divine Institute, in an inn on a street market, 2 young girls were completely stunned upon hearing the discussions about Yi Chun in the inn. One of the girls was wearing a green dress, her figure lithe. The other girl wore a snow-white dress, looking extremely petite. If Yi Chun saw these 2, he would definitely recognize that the girl in green was Zhou Yu, whom he met when he first arrived at the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom, a descendant of the Ice Seal God King. And the other girl was Bing Yi, a true god of the 9 tribulations from the Ice Nether Divine Sparrow clan, who followed Yi Chun in the barbaric wilderness continent, battling the minor spirit realm in the lower realm, and finally stayed in the hometown of the Ice Seal God King. Originally the first bodyguard of the Ice Seal God King, Zhou Yu and Bing Yi had finally arrived at the Supreme Divine Institute, eager to meet Yi Chun again. But the two girls heard such shocking news. Instantly, tears streamed down their faces as they continuously murmured, "Impossible! Yi Chun can't be in trouble." Chapter 1069. God King List Rank 10. Is this the Supreme Divine Institute of the Mountain Divine Nation? As Zhou Yu and Bing Yi were overwhelmed with disbelief, their faces streaming with tears, a clear and bright voice suddenly echoed from the void outside the inn. The next moment, everyone inside the inn heard a thunderous sound from above in the void heaven, accompanied by the howling of a fierce wind, as if some enormous entity had descended upon them. Everyone quickly rushed outside. Zhou Yu and Bing Yi, also surprised, walked out of the inn. At this moment, many people in the marketplace looked towards the sky above the void heaven. Zhou Yu and Bing Yi followed the gazes of the crowd and looked up at the sky. Then, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. In the distance, the void appeared to be torn open, revealing a golden flying horse pulling a dazzlingly radiant chariot at the rift. Alongside and in front of this golden flying horse and chariot was a massive escort convoy. The leader of this escort convoy was actually an 8-star sovereign. It's the Divine Dragon Mountain Sect Master, Qin Yuntian. Heavens! Divine Dragon Mountain is one of the 4 major forces of our Mountain Divine Nation, and Sect Master Qin Yuntian is an 8-star sovereign, leading at the forefront. Who is inside that golden carriage to warrant such an entourage? Seeing the commotion in the void, countless people were dumbfounded. As the crowd looked up in amazement, the convoy instantly arrived within the domain of the Supreme Divine Institute, stopping directly above the outermost one of the 18-star continent islands. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering commotion of the convoy had long attracted the attention of the strong within the Supreme Divine Institute. At this moment, many figures flew out from the continent inside the Divine Institute, also arriving in the void above the outermost star continent, directly facing the Golden Chariot convoy. The strongest figure of the Supreme Divine Institute, 9-star Sovereign Shuechen, was currently away in the True Spirit Divine Kingdom to seek information about Yi Chun. At this moment, there were 6 powerful figures from the Supreme Divine Institute, among which 4 were 7-star sovereigns and 2 were 8-star sovereigns. The leading 8-star sovereign was named Sovereign Hiyu. Upon seeing Qin Yuntian at the front of the convoy, Sovereign Hiyu gasped in surprise but quickly composed himself and addressed Qin Yuntian, saying, "Leader Qin, what is the purpose of your grand arrival at our Supreme Divine Institute? And who are the esteemed guests inside the carriage?" While speaking, Sovereign Hiyu exchanged glances with the other sovereigns of the Divine Institute, a bit taken aback, because they sensed the presence of 2 9-star sovereigns from the carriage. On the golden carriage, there were actually 2 9-star sovereigns. After Sovereign Hiyu spoke, the curtain of the golden carriage was lifted, and 3 figures stepped out. Among these 3 figures were 2 elders. The 9-star sovereign aura perceived by Sovereign Hiyu earlier was precisely emanating from these 2 elders. What was even more surprising was that both elders were following a youth, seemingly showing deference to the one in the middle. In response to Sovereign Hiyu's inquiry, the 2 elders remained silent, and instead, Divine Dragon Mountain Sect Master Qin Yuntian began to speak. "Friend Hiyu, the Supreme Divine Institute indeed has distinguished guests. These 3 are from the sacred land of the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Palace of the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country. This is Elder Yuanshin of the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Palace." Sect Master Qin Yuntian indicated the slender of the 2 elders. "This is Elder Chiming of the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Palace." Sect Master Qin Yuntian pointed to the slightly more robust elder. After introducing the 2 9-star sovereigns, Qin Yuntian turned to the youth in the center, with unabated respect in his voice. "This is Saint Huang Li of the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Palace. Saint Huang Li ranks 10th in the current Star Domain God King list, among the countless God Kings of countless divine kingdoms across this universe. His future ascension to the Cosmic Sea, Achieving divine master or even master status is very much within reach. After Qin Yuntian introduced the three visitors from the heavenly wilderness divine country, the ground below the Supreme Divine Institute was abuzz with commotion. Many had indeed heard of the heavenly wilderness divine country. The heavenly wilderness divine country was founded by a high-level life race known as the Heavenly Wilderness Clan, renowned throughout the universe, and while it couldn't match the Moke Ancient Clan or the Netherworld Ancient Clan, ranked first and second across the cosmos, it certainly stood among the top 20. Such a divine country was immeasurably stronger than the mountain divine nation. And the heavenly wilderness divine palace was the mightiest sacred land of the heavenly wilderness divine country, the cultivation site of its national leader. The arrival of such figures explained Qin Yuntian's reverent demeanor. As for Saint Huang Li, the youth in the center whom Qin Yuntian mentioned, predicted to become a divine master or even a master, no one doubted it. Ranking 10th in the entire Star Domain God King list already indicated the immense potential of this youth. Even if he wasn't in the actual top 10 of the Stellar Domain Genius battle, being ranked 10th in the Star Domain God King list definitively meant he could rank within the top dozens in an actual battle. Ranking among the top dozens of God Kings across countless divine kingdoms in the universe truly displayed extraordinary potential, something valued above many sovereigns. Many sovereigns, back when they were in the God King realm, didn't possess such potential either. Most sovereigns would remain stagnant in the sovereign realm, unable to break through. Saint Huang Li, as the saint heir of the heavenly wilderness divine palace of the heavenly wilderness divine country, surely boasted potential beyond that of many sovereigns. After Qin Yuntian introduced the three visitors, the sovereigns of the Supreme Divine Institute exchanged glances, somewhat understanding their purpose for coming. Saint Huang Li was ranked 10th in the Star Domain God King list. In the Star Domain God King list, it was mentioned that Yi Chen had the potential to make it into the top 10, if he didn't fall. This clearly demonstrated that Stone Ridge Palace, which published the Star Domain God King list, evidently favored Yi Chen more. After all, if Yi Chen made it into the top 10, he would replace Saint Huang Li. Could it be that Saint Huang Li, discomfort by Stone Ridge Palace's remarks, specifically came to the Supreme Divine Institute to create trouble? However, if Yi Chen is likely deceased, there's no need for him to prove anything here. While Sovereign He Yu pondered this, the delicate-looking Saint Huang Li suddenly spoke up. I've heard the Yi Chen mentioned in the Star Domain God King list hails from this Supreme Divine Institute. For such a small mountain divine nation to cultivate someone who might break into the top 10 of the Star Domain God King list, it's indeed quite remarkable. After expressing a few sentiments, Saint Huang Li looked towards Sovereign He Yu and continued, Sovereign He Yu, could you bring out those at the Supreme Divine Institute familiar with Yi Chen? I have some questions. Though he said, could you, there was an unquestionable tone of command in Saint Huang Li's words. Chapter 1070. Just you? Swoosh. The words of Saint Huang Li stirred up a commotion among the countless people on the ground who were watching the movements in the void. Saint Huang Li indeed came to the Supreme Divine Institute because of Yi Chen. Does he want the Supreme Divine Institute to bring out the people who are familiar with Yi Chen to inquire about him? No wonder Saint Huang Li would inquire about Yi Chen's affairs. Yi Chen is specially marked on the Star Domain God King ranking. It is said that if he had not fallen, he could possibly break into the top 10 of the ranking. Such a supreme talent's growth trajectory would certainly attract attention, and it's likely that Saint Huang Li wants to explore the secret behind Yi Chen's strength. Exploring the secret can be understood, but judging by Saint Huang Li's tone, it seems that if his request is not granted, the entire Supreme Divine Institute could be in trouble. The Supreme Divine Institute is the most powerful institute in the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom. Does Saint Huang Li intend to be unruly in the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom as well? Voices of discussion arose from the ground. After Saint Huang Li spoke, while the sovereigns of the Supreme Divine Institute hadn't responded yet, the Divine Dragon Mountain Sect Master Qin Yuntian spoke again. Yi Chen has already fallen, so the Supreme Divine Institute need not consider anything for him anymore. If Saint Huang Li wants to find people who were familiar with Yi Chen to inquire about matters, it's better to quickly bring those people to meet the Saint Heir. Perhaps everyone may not be aware, But at this time, all the national rulers of the splendid star sea are discussing matters, and the ancestral god temple beings have also personally attended. They have even divided the divine kingdom into upper, middle, and lower tiers, arranging the upper tier to govern the middle tier, and the middle tier to govern the lower tier. As for the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom, after this stellar domain genius battle, if it still remains in the middle tier results, it will be directly governed by the upper tier Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country. In the future, the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom will undoubtedly have to regard the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country as superior. Boom! Qin Yuntian's words shocked countless people of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom. The ancestral god temple, the cosmic sea power that manages this universe, has actually divided the divine kingdoms into 3 hierarchical levels, and arranged for the higher-level divine kingdoms to govern the lower ones? If what Qin Yuntian said is true, won't the people of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom have to be inferior before the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country in the future? There was no doubt among the crowd regarding Qin Yuntian's words. After all, this time, the 4 major forces, including Divine Dragon Mountain and the 4 territory kings of the Divine Kingdom, accompanied the ruler of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom to the splendid Star Sea for discussions, so they surely have more complete information than they do. This is likely also why Qin Yuntian, despite being an 8-star sovereign, specially befriended the people of the Heavenly Wilderness Holy Land. As for the hierarchical governance of the Divine Kingdoms, clearly, Sovereign He Yu of the Supreme Divine Institute was already aware. However, since the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom hasn't yet fallen under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country, Sovereign He Yu and others simply didn't consider handing over the people familiar with Yichun to Saint Huang Li. After all, Sovereign He Yu knows that Saint Huang Li might engage in soul-searching and refinement on those familiar with Yichun to know his secret. Such actions could cause irreversible divine soul damage to many people. Sovereign He Yu and others didn't respond to Saint Huang Li. Instead, they faced him and others in the void while transmitting the news back to the Institute, informing more sovereigns. In the void, seeing that after Qin Yuntian spoke, Sovereign He Yu and others still remained indifferent, Saint Huang Li's eyes turned cold. What? Is the Supreme Divine Institute not willing to help me find people? Or do you want me to do it myself? If I do it myself, the Supreme Divine Institute won't stay this peaceful. Boom! Boom! As Saint Huang Li spoke, 2 9-star sovereigns beside him stepped forward, gazing coldly at the sovereigns of the Supreme Divine Institute. As sovereigns from the strongest holy land of the upper-level Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country, these 2 sovereigns completely disregarded the Supreme Divine Institute. The stellar domain genius battle hasn't started yet, nor has the Divine Kingdom affiliation been truly decided. Does the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country intend to become enemies with my Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom? Hearing Saint Huang Li's arrogant words, Sovereign He Yu was fearless, responding directly in confrontation. Become enemies with the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom? Not necessarily. I've befriended many forces from the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom, such as the Divine Dragon Mountain. However, becoming enemies with the Supreme Divine Institute, why not? This Saint Huang Li, who appeared to be about the same age as Yichun, was extremely arrogant. After coldly speaking, he completely tore off the veil, disregarding the Supreme Divine Institute. Whoosh! 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 In the midst of the standoff, several sovereigns flew out from the mainland of the Supreme Divine Institute, standing behind Sovereign He Yu, all facing the people from the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country and Divine Dragon Mountain. Seeing this scene, Saint Huang Li sneered, signaling to his escort convoy, as many sovereigns stood out from it as well. With 2 9-star sovereigns by his side, facing the Supreme Divine Institute, which currently had no 9-star sovereigns in charge, Saint Huang Li was completely unfazed. Seeing both sides becoming increasingly confrontational, it seemed a battle could erupt at any moment. On the ground, whether disciples of the Supreme Divine Institute or guests who came to the Institute, all were extremely tense. If a 9-star sovereign-level battle truly breaks out here, the Supreme Divine Institute could suffer immeasurable losses. What to do? Our Supreme Divine Institute's strongest, Sovereign Xuechen, has gone to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom to investigate Yi Chen's matters. The Northern Territory King, the East Territory King, and others who are allied with the Supreme Divine Institute have also gone to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom. If a real war breaks out, the Supreme Divine Institute will suffer a huge loss because the combat power of a 9-star sovereign surpasses countless mid- and low-level sovereigns. Among the crowd, Zhou Yu and Bing Yi were also filled with worry for the Supreme Divine Institute. Neither woman expected that coming to the Supreme Divine Institute this time, they not only heard the unfortunate news of Yi Chen's likely demise, but also saw a crisis befall the Institute itself. Just as the void heaven was filled with confrontation and the earth was tense with anticipation. At this moment, from another direction of the void heaven, a voice suddenly sounded. I just returned to Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom and heard about the Star Domain God King ranking. I didn't expect that our Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom would have a God King who's in the top 10 of the Star Domain God King ranking. This God King, you want to inquire about matters related to someone I know. What do you wish to inquire about? This voice was faint, but when it reached the ears of countless people at the Supreme Divine Institute, fell into the ears of Zhou Yu and Bing Yi, they were utterly incredulous, jumping up with delight.
Ye Chen.
It's Yi Chen's voice. Wow. In an instant, countless eyes turned towards the direction of the voice. Upon seeing a figure with delicate and handsome features, an extraordinarily transcendent aura, clad in white, suddenly appearing above the void heaven, countless people exclaimed with joy, Yi Chen! It really is Yi Chen! Yi Chen! He hasn't fallen. He has returned. The one speaking, of course, was Yi Chen, who had just rushed back to the Supreme Divine Institute from the original Spirit Source Star. How powerful Yi Chen's divine sense was. Even though he hadn't arrived at the Supreme Divine Institute, the words of Saint Huang Li and Divine Dragon Mountain Sect Master Qin Yuntian clearly fell into his ears. On the way to the Supreme Divine Institute, Yi Chen also learned about the shocking reward changes in the Stellar Domain Genius Battle and the matters concerning the Star Domain God King ranking. Yi Chen hadn't expected that the news of him obtaining the Heavenly Forbidden Flame had spread, and was specifically mentioned by the Star Domain God King ranking. The Star Domain God King ranking also mentioned that he might have perished in the ancient Forbidden Grounds. This compelled Yi Chen to hasten back to the Supreme Divine Institute to prevent those who cared for him from being worried and saddened. As for Saint Huang Li coming to the Supreme Divine Institute to stir trouble, from his and Qin Yuntian's words, as well as the explanation on the Star Domain God King ranking, Yi Chen already understood the reasons. It seems Saint Huang Li truly wants to completely overturn his miraculous path of cultivation, searching for opportunities to promote his own practice. Regarding Saint Huang Li's provocations and the exposure of the heavenly forbidden flame, in a flash of mind and spirit, Yi Chen had already contemplated much. The news of me being alive will certainly spread sooner or later. Countless people will definitely have thoughts once they know I possess the heavenly forbidden flame. Likely many high-level sovereigns will be interested. Perfect, using Saint Huang Li as an example. Let others also know. If they wish to seek the secrets of Yi Chen, they will need to see if they have the strength. The cards Yi Chen held were fearless of this Saint Huang Li, even unafraid of the 9-star sovereign of the heavenly wilderness divine country. After all, now the eightfold divine Master General Insha is still within this universe. Boom! The sudden appearance of Yi Chen caused a frenzy at the Supreme Divine Institute. Zhou Yu and Bing Yi, down on the earth, were so excited that tears streamed down their faces. They had previously worried that Yi Chen had truly perished, but now, seeing Yi Chen again, they no longer worried. I knew it. Lord Yi Chen could not have fallen. Lord Yi Chen has created miracle after miracle. How could he fall? Bing Yi waved excitedly at Yi Chen.
Bing Yi.
Zhou Yu. Yi Chen also saw Bing Yi and Zhou Yu. He stood in the void, smiling and nodding at them. Yi Chen's appearance completely overshadowed Saint Huang Li. Even in the face of sovereigns from the heavenly wilderness divine country, Yi Chen remained composed and unperturbed, prompting the disciples of the Supreme Divine Institute to clench their fists tightly. Yi Chen of the Supreme Divine Institute was always so incredible at any time. While the people at the Supreme Divine Institute were excited, Saint Huang Li, seeing the unparalleled temperament of Yi Chun, felt increasingly uncomfortable. He looked at Yi Chun coldly. Are you Yi Chun? I didn't expect you'd still be alive. Great, then, the matters I want to inquire about you shall honestly tell me. Saint Huang Li's words made Yi Chun chuckle. A mere little god king like you is worthy of questioning me? Saint Huang Li was an upper god king, and Yi Chun was also an upper god king. But Yi Chun's words implied that he didn't regard Saint Huang Li at all. Even though Saint Huang Li was ranked 10th on the Star Domain God King ranking, it seems Yi Chun didn't care in the slightest. Chapter 1071. Dominant Suppression. Do you, a mere god king, think you're worthy of questioning me? As Yi Chun's voice echoed, Saint Huang Li's face flushed red. Disdain. He felt Yi Chun's utter disdain for him. Saint Huang Li was a top genius of the heavenly wilderness divine country, and a young figure emphasized by the heavenly wilderness sacred palace. Everywhere he went, he was met with respect. Even many sovereigns treated him with utmost courtesy. When had he ever been so disrespected? I'm just a mere god king? Aren't you also a god king? Saint Huang Li shouted angrily at Yi Chun. Yi Chun merely glanced at him indifferently and said slowly, "The difference between god kings is immense. In my eyes, you're just an ordinary god king. Don't think ranking 10th on the Star Domain God King ranking makes you anything special. There are many hidden god kings not recorded on the ranking. If there were to be a Star Domain genius battle among god kings, you probably wouldn't even make it into the top 20. But I, Yi Chun, am absolutely capable of entering the top 10, and potentially even the top 3 or first place in the Star Domain Genius battle among God Kings. So in front of me, you're just a mere God King." Boom! The absolute confidence in Yi Chun's words left countless disciples of the Supreme Divine Institute dazzled. Indeed, this was the Yi Chun they knew. Even when facing someone from an upper-level divine kingdom or someone ranked 10th on the Star Domain God King ranking, he remained this confident. The sovereigns of the Supreme Divine Institute were even more thrilled to the extreme when they heard Yi Chun's words. They knew Yi Chun was never one to boast. Since Yi Chun said he could absolutely enter the top 10, potentially even top 3 or first place in the Star Domain Genius battle among God Kings, it meant he had the confidence and strength to back it up. If the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom indeed produces a genius in the top 10, top 3, or even first place in the Star Domain Genius battle, then my Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom would be stronger than many upper-level divine kingdoms. Moreover, the ancestral God Temple wouldn't assign the heavenly wilderness divine country to oversee us. There's a great chance they'd even elevate us to an upper-level divine kingdom status. Thinking of this, all the sovereigns concerned about the fate of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom couldn't contain their excitement. Below, Zhou Yu and Bing Yi were also filled with overwhelming excitement upon hearing Yi Chun's words. They had seen Yi Chun in action and knew his strength at that time. Both had witnessed Yi Chun's advancement from the heavenly saint realm to a 4 tribulations true god. Back then, even as a heavenly saint, Yi Chun could contend with a 9 tribulations true god, and once he advanced to true god, he could even battle a god king. Such astonishing combat ability left both women in awe. Neither of them had expected that in just a few short years of separation, Yi Chun would break through to the God King realm and become even more powerful in combat. Zhou Yu and Bing Yi knew that to claim a top 10 spot in the Star Domain Genius battle among God Kings, one must at least be able to battle low-level sovereigns as a God King. Since Yi Chun claimed he could certainly secure a top 10 spot, it meant Yi Chun had likely already defeated figures at the sovereign level. Sovereign-level figures were those that Zhou Yu and Bing Yi viewed as beings to look up to. Now, Yi Chun had actually defeated even such individuals. Lord Yi Chun is incredible. Some say that genius is about constant surpassing, but there are extremes. Yet, Lord Yi Chun continues to grow stronger. As a heavenly saint, he battled 9 tribulations true gods. As a true god, he fought god kings, and now as a god king, he even battles sovereigns. Such cross-realm combat prowess, even within numerous other divine kingdoms, would be considered an incredible existence, an existence countless people would look up to. It's no wonder Lord Yi Chun so easily disdains Saint Huang Li. Though cultivated by an upper-level divine kingdom, Saint Huang Li can't compare to Lord Yichun in demeanor. Bing Yi, reflecting on her adventures alongside Yichun, felt her heart surge with emotion. While countless people were exhilarated by Yichun's words, the faces of those from the heavenly wilderness divine country and divine dragon mountain darkened. Faced with humiliation, they witnessed Saint Huang Li being utterly humiliated by Yichun. This made those from the heavenly wilderness divine country and divine dragon mountain feel as if they, too, were being looked down upon by Yichun. The divine dragon mountain sect master, Qin Yuntian, with his divine eyes fixated on Yichun, declared, "What an arrogant fool! Yichun, do you think being noted on the Star Domain God King ranking means you'll certainly secure a top 10 spot in the Star Domain Genius Battle? Top 3, first place even. Do you know who currently holds the first place on the Star Domain God King ranking? It's none other than Moko Yi, the top genius God King from the Mok ancient clan, which ranks first even among upper-level divine kingdoms. You think you can compare to Moko Yi?" Qin Yuntian thoroughly despised Yichun. Seemingly recalling something, his eyes flashed and he continued, "Oh, I remember now, the Star Domain God King ranking noted that you obtained the second-ranked Divine Fire on the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list. Do you think just because of that Divine Fire you'll break into the top 10, top 3, first place in the Star Domain Genius Battle? The Divine Fires ranked at the top of the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list. Even many high-level sovereigns can't completely refine them. How can you, a mere God King, refine such a divine fire? Such arrogance! The Supreme Divine Institute actually nurtured someone with such wild claims, so ignorant of the heights of heaven and earth." Qin Yuntian scolded Yichun harshly. Yichun, however, silently looked at him, not uttering a word. Not until Qin Yuntian finished speaking did Yichun finally glance at him and say, "Leader Qin, you say all this just to imply I'm inferior to Saint Huang Li? In the past at the Nine Suns' ancient land, I was able to slay your divine dragon mountain's geniuses, and today, I can similarly destroy this Saint Huang Li you regard as unbeatable. However, considering the difficulty in cultivating him at the heavenly wilderness divine palace, I'll just casually teach him a lesson. As for the extreme heavenly divine fire that Leader Qin mentioned, whether I have it or not, or whether I've refined it or not, it's completely unnecessary to use it to deal with a mere God King." Swoosh! Yichun's words not only retorted Qin Yuntian's scolding, but also once again belittled Saint Huang Li. Everyone present knew that Yichun likely had the trump card of the extreme heavenly divine fire and believed that Yichun's disdain for Saint Huang Li was due to relying on this fire. Unexpectedly, Yichun declared that even without the divine fire, he could effortlessly suppress Saint Huang Li. This further demonstrated Yichun's complete disregard for Saint Huang Li. Many present also knew the reason why Qin Yuntian of Divine Dragon Mountain was so unkind to Yichun. In the past, outside the Nine Suns' ancient land, Qin Yuntian even considered killing Yichun. In the end, Long Li personally sought Sovereign Xuechen and the Northern Territory King. It was only when the two sovereigns issued a sovereign order that Divine Dragon Mountain dared not confront Yichun. It was also because of the sovereign order that Yichun later agreed to 3 requests from the two sovereigns. There was already significant conflict between Divine Dragon Mountain and Yichun. Now, the conflict seems to have intensified. While many were waiting for further developments, Yichun turned his gaze to Saint Huang Li. At this moment, Saint Huang Li's face was already ashen. Repeatedly scorned by Yichun, he was eager to kill Yichun with his own hands right then and there. Yet Yichun ignored the murderous intent in Saint Huang Li's eyes and said softly, "Saint Huang Li, since Leader Qin thinks I'm inferior to you, but you are just a mere God King. You, a so-called supreme genius of the upper divine kingdom, do you dare to face me in battle?" Yichun directly issued the challenge. Everyone saw that Yichun was not merely speaking, not trying to intimidate Saint Huang Li. He genuinely intended to fight Saint Huang Li. It's been a long time since we saw Yichun in action. Could it be that after coming to the true spirit divine kingdom, he has had a powerful encounter? The Supreme Divine Institute side was both expectant and somewhat worried. Meanwhile, on the heavenly wilderness divine country's side, The two nine-star sovereigns accompanying Saint Huang Li directly looked at Yi Chun with hostility and simultaneously spoke to Saint Huang Li. Saint Heir, let us take care of this arrogant fellow. There's no need for you to take action. Before they could finish speaking, Saint Huang Li looked coldly at the two of them. Do the two elders also doubt my combat power, thinking I'm inferior to Yi Chun? Saint Heir. Being told off by Saint Huang Li, the two nine-star sovereigns realized that Saint Huang Li truly had the desire for comparison, and they couldn't stop this battle. As they tried to speak further, Saint Huang Li waved his hand and stepped forward to confront Yi Chun. He proclaimed loudly, "If you want a battle, then let's fight. Once I defeat you and leave you sprawling on the ground like a dead dog, let's see how pompous you still dare to be." Boom! As Saint Huang Li spoke, the divine power within him began to erupt. His ferocious divine power, like a majestic smoke, rolled out and completely enveloped him. In the next instant, from the center of Saint Huang Li's forehead, the divine light flashed, and a spear appeared in his hand. Swish! Saint Huang Li's figure flickered, attacking Yi Chun with incredible speed and terrifying killing force. Upon seeing Saint Huang Li take action, many divine kings and divine venerables from the Supreme Divine Institute were astonished. These divine kings and divine venerables, just from sensing Saint Huang Li's divine power and speed, felt an absolute force not inferior to that of a typical two-star sovereign. Everyone hurriedly looked towards Yi Chun on the other side. They wanted to see how Yi Chun would withstand such a lethal attack. At this moment, all witnessed that, at the instant Saint Huang Li struck, Yi Chun merely pinched a spell lightly with his hand. Instantly, amidst endless divine light and starry brilliance never seen before by anyone, Yi Chun was completely shrouded. Yi Chun, embodied like a true divine mansion. Furthermore, everyone saw, amidst the boundless divine light and starlight, as Yi Chun spread his palm, a giant hand miraculously formed in an instant. Upon this giant hand were incredible earth, fire, water, wind, and various divine patterns phenomena, accompanied by sparkling starlight. The giant hand grasped towards Saint Huang Li, who was charging with the spear. Even Saint Huang Li, whose combat power was not inferior to that of a typical two-star sovereign, was caught by Yi Chun's one palm. Yi Chun followed by swinging his large hand, directly hurling Saint Huang Li onto the ground. Boom! The terrifying divine light flipped open a wide expanse below, and Saint Huang Li smashed against the ground, creating a giant crater spanning thousands of zhang. What's even more unimaginable was while struggling desperately to stand up from the crater, Saint Huang Li was bound by endless divine light and starlight, unable to struggle, remaining firmly slammed within the crater. One move. Yi Chun managed, with just one move, to completely defeat Saint Huang Li. Crushed. Saint Huang Li, ranked 10th on the Star Domain God King ranking, was indeed no match for Yi Chun. He was overwhelmingly crushed by Yi Chun. Chapter 1072. One hand destroys the sovereign. When Saint Huang Li was defeated by Yi Chun in one move and slammed onto the ground, it was like a heavy hammer crashing into everyone's hearts. No one expected that Yi Chun would be so powerful and could completely crush even Saint Huang Li, ranked 10th on the Star Domain God King ranking. Even the people of the Supreme Divine Institute foresaw that Yi Chun could defeat Saint Huang Li, but they never imagined Yi Chun could defeat him so cleanly. It seemed that Saint Huang Li was not even on the same combat power level as Yi Chun. As for the envoys from the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country and Divine Dragon Mountain, they were utterly shocked. They could never have imagined that Yi Chun could be this powerful. At this moment, Saint Huang Li was still bound by the endless divine light and starlight Yi Chun unleashed, lying miserably in the huge pit below. This scene deeply embarrassed the two nine-star sovereigns of the Heavenly Wilderness Holy Land. The mighty Upper Divine Kingdom was utterly humiliated in front of the ordinary medium-tier divine nation of Wanmu Mountain. It was simply outrageous. Seeing Saint Huang Li's miserable state, the two nine-star sovereigns of the Heavenly Wilderness Holy Land immediately developed a murderous intent toward Yi Chun. This young man is indeed unmatched in talent, but a dead genius cannot be called a genius. Only by killing him can we restore our heavenly wilderness divine country's honor. Once he is dead, Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation wouldn't dare seek revenge against our heavenly wilderness divine country. After all, they wouldn't dare offend our upper divine kingdom for a dead man. Let's use this young man to offer a blood sacrifice for the humiliation of our heavenly wilderness divine country. Killing him also allows us to obtain the Extreme Heavenly Divine Fire ranked second on the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list. These 2 9-star elders from the heavenly wilderness divine country's holy land didn't have any regard for Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation and couldn't tolerate Yi Chun humiliating their saint. The two exchanged glances, and in an instant, the skinny 9-star sovereign, Elder Yuan Xin, released overwhelming divine power to prevent the other sovereigns of the Supreme Divine Institute from rescuing Yi Chun. Meanwhile, the slightly plumper 9-star sovereign, Elder Chiming, clawed his hand, ready to kill Yi Chun in one stroke. The strike from a 9-star sovereign was so swift, so dire. In the instant the 2 9-star sovereigns struck, all the sovereigns of the Supreme Divine Institute in the void heaven turned pale. The 8-star sovereign, like Sovereign He Yu, could never imagine that the 2 9-star sovereigns of the heavenly wilderness divine country were so audacious and arrogant. To dare, right in front of them, use their strength to oppress the weak, to kill Yi Chun. Even though Sovereign He Yu and others reacted extremely quickly, they acted after the 2 9-star sovereigns from the heavenly wilderness divine country. Even if all the Supreme Divine Institute sovereigns could break Elder Yuan Xin's obstruction, in that split second, Elder Chiming's attack had already reached Yi Chun. In an instant, a terrifying scene unfolded in the void heaven. All the sovereigns of the Supreme Divine Institute attacked the divine power that barred Elder Yuan Xin to rescue Yi Chun. On the other side, the attack from the 9-star sovereign, Elder Chiming from the heavenly wilderness divine country, had reached Yi Chun. This abrupt change was entirely unexpected for anyone below the sovereign realm. Before they could react, they had already seen Elder Chiming's claw hit Yi Chun's chest.
No.
Lord Yi Chun. As everyone was in disbelief, even Zhou Yu and Bing Yi cried out in shock. Something unexpected happened. Facing the attack from Elder Chiming, a 9-star sovereign, Yi Chun showed no sign of panic. Instead, a cold gleam rose in his eyes. Indeed, power speaks volumes. With power, even rules can be ignored. Since that's the case, then let the world know I, Yi Chun, am not to be trifled with. In the instant Yi Chun's mind and spirit flickered, as Elder Chiming attacked him, a brilliantly radiant divine rune flew from Yi Chun's body. This divine rune was only palm-sized, resembling a leaf in shape. But when it flew out from Yi Chun and hovered before him, Elder Chiming's killing attack was instantly nullified into nothingness by the divine rune. Then, this divine rune gently rotated. Like it had a pair of eyes, it locked directly onto Elder Chiming. As a 9-star sovereign, Elder Chiming instantly found himself completely immobilized, unable to move at all. This made Elder Chiming utterly panic. As the divine might within the rune began to surge, starlight erupted from it, causing Elder Chiming to cry out in alarm. It's the divine master-level divine energy. Spare me. Yi Chun, spare me. Elder Chiming recognized the divine might on the rune, which could definitely kill him, a 9-star sovereign with divine master-level power. The commotion on Yi Chun's side also attracted the attention of the Supreme Divine Institute sovereigns fighting Elder Yuan Xin, the other 9-star sovereign from the heavenly wilderness divine country. Elder Yuan Xin also showed an expression of extreme shock upon seeing the divine rune floating around Yi Chun. However, his expression quickly turned fierce, and he shouted at Yi Chun, "Yi Chun, if you dare execute the 9-star sovereign of the heavenly wilderness divine country, even if you're under the protection of a divine master, our heavenly wilderness divine country will never let you off." Even at a time like this, Elder Yuan Xin was still threatening Yi Chun. Hearing Elder Chiming's pleas for mercy and Elder Yuan Xin's threats, Yi Chun's expression remained unchanged. "When you decide to strike me down, be prepared to be struck down by me. The heavenly wilderness divine country won't let me off? Fine, then Yi Chun, will be waiting." When Yi Chun first started cultivating and just reached the true Qi realm, he faced the pursuit and threats of Zhou. Even if it meant offending those in the flying spirit realm, he dared to kill Zhou to completely eliminate the root of trouble. Now, with Yi Chun being an upper god king, possessing combat power on par with the sovereign realm, and having General Insha, Lord Emperor Yen, and even Qinglan Star Lord and Ziji Star Lord backing him, why would he fear the threats of the heavenly wilderness divine country? Not to mention, when the 9 stars sovereign of the heavenly wilderness divine country bullied the weak and attacked him first, even in the face of a life-and-death crisis, Yi Chun would certainly never let go of those who attacked him. Swoosh! Yi Chen's eyes flashed, directly gazing at the restrained Elder Chiming. As Yi Chen's gaze locked onto Elder Chiming, the divine rune in front of Yi Chun surged with terrifying divine energy toward Elder Chiming. In an instant, countless rays of starry light burst forth from the divine rune. These starry lights were like an endless array of blazing lights, executing flash kills. Even though Elder Chiming was at the sovereign realm of 9 stars and his defensive power nearly ignored any sovereign-level threat, he stood no chance against the overwhelming divine might rune crafted by the eightfold God Master, Sovereign Insha. Bang! 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 The countless rays of starry light instantly pierced through Elder Chiming entirely. Subsequently, Elder Chiming's body and divine soul shattered into pieces like a stone breaking apart in an instant. Finally, when the divine origin returned to the divine rune, only hundreds of drops of divine blood from Elder Chiming returned before Yi Chun. Elder Chiming, as though torn apart and burned by countless torrents of blazing light, was directly reduced to void. The 9 stars sovereign Elder Chiming was actually killed by Yi Chun on the spot. Yi Chun acted without hesitation, executing the 9 stars sovereign effortlessly. This act left all those from the heavenly wilderness divine country in disbelief. Our heavenly wilderness divine country's Saint Heir was defeated. The 9 stars sovereign was slain. The accompanying group from Divine Dragon Mountain beside the people of the heavenly wilderness divine country felt a chill down their spines. Especially the Divine Dragon Mountain sect master, Qin Yuntian, whose desire to kill Yi Chun for the second-ranked Divine Fire on the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list possessed by Yi Chun was completely unexpected. Qin Yuntian never imagined that Yi Chun, at the God King realm, would have such a terrifying trump card, having a divine rune crafted by a powerful divine master. The aura of divine might from the rune implied that the divine master who crafted it was indeed an outstanding existence among the divine master realm. Qin Yuntian felt chills run down his spine. If he had made a move, it would not be Elder Chiming killed but himself. Backed by divine runes crafted by an almighty divine master. Even to dare slay the 9 stars sovereign of an upper divine kingdom after being warned, this Yi Chun must have significant figures behind him to be so fearless. This person must not be provoked again. Qin Yuntian completely abandoned the notion of opposing Yi Chun. He now feared Yi Chun might activate another rune and kill him on the spot. After all, he witnessed that the divine rune Yi Chun activated earlier still contained surging divine energy, hardly depleted, and annihilating him, an 8 stars sovereign, would be even easier than killing Elder Chiming. Qin Yuntian was so terrified he didn't dare look toward Yi Chun, fervently hoping Yi Chun hadn't noticed him. However, Qin Yuntian's worry was unnecessary. Although Yi Chun had 3 divine runes given by General Insha, using one to kill a 9 stars sovereign to warn others wishing to strike him was enough. Such precious divine runes must be reserved for caution and prepared for other challenges. Yi Chun wasn't concerned with Qin Yuntian at the moment. After storing away the divine rune, he also kept the divine blood brought back by the rune along with it. The Heavenly Wilderness Clan is also a high-level life group. Their essence blood is just perfect for cultivating the Tai chapter. I once obtained essence blood from 2 high-level life groups, the Snoliao tribe's Heavenly Divine Venerable Level Essence Blood and the Bloodwing clan's Immortal Divine Venerable Level Essence Blood. To activate the 3rd star of the star disk in the Tai chapter of the Primordial Star Scripture, 7 kinds of essence blood from high-level life groups are needed. Among them, 6 must include 3 Heavenly Divine Venerables, 2 Immortal Divine Venerables, and 1 Sovereign-level figure's essence blood. Now, having obtained the essence blood from the 9-star sovereign of the Heavenly Wilderness clan solves the sovereign-level essence blood requirement. I can cultivate the starry origin power of the 3rd star. Yi Chun ventured out this time to gather all the missing essence blood from high-level life groups. Now, he conveniently solved one type of essence blood. While Yi Chun examined the newly acquired divine blood, Elder Yuan Shin from the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country stared at the direction where Elder Chiming was annihilated into nothingness, his mouth agape, unable to believe Yi Chun had really done it. A few breaths later, Elder Yuan Shin's complexion shifted several times as he coldly turned to Yi Chun and said, "Yi Chun, you're finished. For killing a 9-star sovereign of our clan, you're truly finished. Unless you kill us all, as long as any of us returns to the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country, a significant figure will come to execute you." Chapter 1073 Crawling on the Ground. Elder Yuan Shin's words caused the expressions of countless people on the side of the Supreme Divine Institute, as well as those from the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country and Divine Dragon Mountain, to change dramatically. The reason for the change in the faces of those from the Supreme Divine Institute was Elder Yuan Shin's threatening words. After all, the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country is an upper divine kingdom, definitely having significant figures who have ventured into the cosmic sea. If such a figure truly harbored murderous intent towards Yi Chun, then Yi Chun would indeed be in extreme danger. On the other hand, the reason for the dramatic change in expressions of countless people from the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country and Divine Dragon Mountain was that they didn't expect Elder Yuan Shin to be so fearless, daring to provoke Yi Chun even after Elder Chiming was killed by him. A wise man doesn't take the immediate loss. Even if the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country truly has figures capable of killing Yi Chun, they aren't here now. If Yi Chun is truly enraged and kills us all in the heat of the moment, even if Yi Chun is killed in the end, we wouldn't survive. Thinking of this, many of the sovereigns from the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country, who followed Saint Huang Li, sneaked resentful glances at Elder Yuan Shin. The Divine Dragon Mountain sect master, Qin Yuntian, even wanted to curse Elder Yuan Shin for not first preserving his own life. What these people didn't know was that the reason Elder Yuan Shin continued to berate Yi Chun was that he harbored even more sinister intentions. Elder Yuan Shin knew that they were the ones who initially caused trouble at the Supreme Divine Institute. Even if Elder Chiming was killed among them, if things truly escalated, significant figures from the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country wouldn't specifically seek to kill Yi Chun over a sovereign. After all, Yi Chun is backed by figures from the Divine Master Realm, possibly even more terrifying existences. Although a 9-star sovereign may appear incredibly strong in the Divine Kingdom, in the eyes of significant figures in the cosmic sea, a death is just a death. They definitely wouldn't risk revenge for a 9-star sovereign. Elder Yuan Shin's berating of Yi Chun, even further provoking him, was to make Yi Chun continue harboring murderous intent. Once Yi Chun feared the arrival of significant figures from the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country and truly harbored murderous intent, killing the other sovereigns and people from Divine Dragon Mountain present as witnesses. In that case, it wouldn't be the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country being disrespectful. It would be Yi Chun being utterly sinister. Such a scenario would compel the significant figures from the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country to act and completely suppress Yi Chun. After all, it wouldn't just be the life of a 9-star sovereign but the lives of many. As for if Yi Chun did kill everyone present, what would happen to Elder Yuan Shin? Would he dare to risk life and death, just to drag Yi Chun down with him? This is because Elder Yuan Shin had a defensive treasure bestowed by a divine master. Earlier he hadn't had the time to activate it, but at that moment, he was already subtly controlling the treasure in his hand. If Yi Chun truly harbored murderous intent, while others might be killed, he was fully confident in escaping to spread the news. This scheming by the 9-star sovereign Elder Yuan Shin, to let others die while he escapes, stirring the significant figures to crush Yi Chun, was why he continued insulting Yi Chun. As Elder Yuan Shin's voice drifted through the void, silence fell upon the sky and earth. Everyone was waiting for Yi Chun's reaction to Elder Yuan Shin's words. Now, although Yi Chun was an upper god king, he alone could decide the direction and outcome of the ensuing battle. However, it was as if Yi Chun had understood Elder Yuan Shin's scheme. he merely looked at him indifferently and said, "I've said, whoever wants to kill me, I will destroy. As for significant figures from the heavenly wilderness divine country coming to execute me, I shall wait. As for you, Elder Yuanshin, if you want to kill me, go ahead and try, see what the outcome will be." After speaking with Elder Yuanshin, Yi Chen's gaze swept over the other sovereigns of the heavenly wilderness divine country, and the divine dragon mountain sect master, Qin Yuntian. "The same goes for you all. Whoever wants to kill me, go ahead. I want to see if you have the guts. If you don't have the guts, then go back and find your so-called significant figures to help." With that look from Yi Chen, even the other sovereigns from the heavenly wilderness divine country and the divine dragon mountain sect master, Qin Yuntian, were frightened into stepping back several paces. Sect master Qin Yuntian even sheepishly smiled at Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, earlier matters were our divine dragon mountain's offense. No matter what the heavenly wilderness divine country's thoughts are, our divine dragon mountain certainly won't be enemies with Yi Chen. You can be assured." After Yi Chen had activated the divine rune of the divine master level, Qin Yuntian had completely abandoned his idea of opposing Yi Chen. At this point, he was even the first to express his stance. Even after saying this, Qin Yuntian anxiously looked at Yi Chen, fearing that he might turn against him. After all, he did have quite a few conflicts with Yi Chen before. However, Yi Chen only coldly glanced at Qin Yuntian and merely nodded. Seeing Yi Chen nod, Qin Yuntian finally relaxed, often feeling the cold sweat on his body hadn't dried off. An 8-star sovereign, though mighty in the divine kingdom, is so humble in the face of a god king overseen by a divine master figure. At this moment, Qin Yuntian became even more intrigued by the cosmic sea and longed even more for the divine master realm. Divine Dragon Mountain has already expressed its stance. What about you? Yi Chen looked again towards the people of the heavenly wilderness divine country, eyeing Elder Yuanshin. The various sovereigns of the heavenly wilderness divine country all dared not meet Yi Chen's gaze and quickly lowered their heads. Even Elder Yuanshin hadn't expected Yi Chen to truly remain unprovoked, truly letting them leave without fear of attracting some great figure. This caused Elder Yuanshin's plan to use others' lives to harm Yi Chen to fall through. As for Elder Yuanshin acting himself, even with the Divine Master-level defensive treasure, Elder Yuanshin knew that the Divine Master who gave him the treasure was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Master realm, nowhere near as powerful as the Divine Master who granted Yi Chen his offensive treasure. Elder Yuanshin judged that the treasure Yi Chen held was crafted by someone of at least the 6th level of the Divine Master or above, meticulously forged with great care. Unlike his defensive treasure, which was just one of the countless treasures casually crafted by that 3rd-level Divine Master. In such circumstances, even tenfold bravery would not compel Elder Yuanshin to personally confront Yi Chen. Wouldn't that be courting death? If he made the first move and Yi Chen killed him, it would give just like when he killed Elder Chiming. At that time, he would not even be able to save his own life and might become a sacrificial pawn of a great Divine Master. This young man is truly cunning, not falling into the trap. Powerful in strength, deep in cunning, and backed by a great figure. Forget it, I'll swallow the loss this time. Assessing the situation at hand, Elder Yuanshin had already completely extinguished any thoughts of opposing Yi Chen. He was just about to say a few more assertive words and then leave with Saint Huang Li and the others. At this moment, from the distant void heaven came the sound of hearty laughter. It's been a few days, and young friend Yi Chen's charisma has not diminished. However, young friend Yi Chen, you said your name was Zhang Li back then. You really fooled us quite well. The speaker was a burly, wide-faced, stern-looking middle-aged man whose hair was ablaze in fiery red, the flames contained within each strand surpassing all the power in this universe. This middle-aged man, who else could it be but Lord Emperor Yen of the Cosmic Emperor realm? Beside Lord Emperor Yen was none other than General Insha, whom Yi Chen had asked to help search for someone a few days earlier. At this moment, General Insha stood next to Lord Emperor Yen, softly saying to him, "Senior, you heard the threat from the people of the heavenly wilderness divine country against Yi Chen. That heavenly wilderness divine country. Shall I make a trip to the heavenly wilderness divine country? As General Insha spoke, his aura of an 8th-level divine lord began to majestically spread across the void heaven. Heavenly wilderness divine country? I happen to know a great emperor from the cosmic sea, and I heard that the heavenly wilderness divine country is his legacy. However, I have guided that great emperor in the past. He has a good character and wouldn't involve himself in such a trivial matter over this. While conversing, Lord Emperor Yen and General Insha were followed by several sovereigns who looked at Yichun with great surprise and joy. These followers were precisely the East Territory King, Northern Territory King, and Sovereign Shuechen among those who went to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom to find Yichun. Unexpectedly, they encountered Lord Emperor Yen and General Insha, and thus returned together this time. While Lord Emperor Yen and General Insha were talking, they appeared in front of Yichun in an instant. However, the words of Lord Emperor Yen and General Insha, the overwhelming divine aura from General Insha, and the even more frightening fiery hair of Lord Emperor Yen, all terrified the people of the heavenly wilderness divine country, Divine Dragon Mountain Sect Master Qin Yuntian, and others into prostrating themselves on the ground. Heavens! It's a divine master, at least at the 8th level. Elder Yuanxin felt the energy from General Insha and was utterly shocked. He had initially thought that the divine master who granted Yichun the treasure was from the 6th level, perhaps even the one who crafted it. He never imagined it was actually an 8th-level divine master. He assumed that divine master might be in the cosmic sea, but he didn't expect him to still be in this universe and now back at Yichun's side. What frightened Elder Yuanxin even more was the presence of Lord Emperor Yen, whom even this divine master would address as senior. He had simply never encountered an existence like Lord Emperor Yen before. Elder Yuanxin could sense that Lord Emperor Yen could likely obliterate the entire heavenly wilderness divine country with just a flip of his palm. This great figure claims familiarity with a great emperor from the cosmic sea, to which our heavenly wilderness divine country belongs. He even guided that great emperor. Could it be that this great figure is also an existence of a great emperor? Even a more terrifying existence like a star lord. Great emperor, cosmic emperor? Terrifying beings that surpass divine masters and masters, belonging to the pinnacle level even in the cosmic sea. So, Yichun is backed by such a great figure? And such a figure calls him young friend Yichun. Elder Yuanxin was utterly dumbfounded. He had no longer any intention to threaten Yichun. Now, all Elder Yuanxin thought of was to escape as fast as possible to preserve his life. In the presence of these great figures, any one of them could easily slay him, and the heavenly wilderness divine country wouldn't dare utter a single word. Chapter 1074 - Gaining Fame in the Universe. Finally, Elder Yuanxin led Saint Huang Li and others away from the Supreme Divine Institute, heading back to the heavenly wilderness divine country in disgrace. Such insignificant figures, Lord Emperor Yen and General Insha naturally do not care about them at all. They asked Yichun's thoughts. Yichun did not have any intention of killing these people, so he let them leave. After all, these people came to the Supreme Divine Institute to provoke, and he had already taught Saint Huang Li a lesson and even killed Elder Chiming of the Nine Flames clan, achieving the deterrent effect he desired. Yichun did not insist on wanting to kill everyone. Of course, if these people dare to offend him again, then next time, there will be no way out but death. Divine Dragon Mountain Sect Master Qin Yuntian, prostrated on the ground and kowtowed for a long time, eventually slinked back to Divine Dragon Mountain in disgrace. And because of this battle, Divine Dragon Mountain betrayed Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country to frame Yichun of the Supreme Divine Institute, causing great shame throughout the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom. Later, whether due to pressure from the Divine Kingdom or Qin Yuntian's own reasons, Qin Yuntian even dissolved the sect members of Divine Dragon Mountain, disappearing into the unknown. Of course, those are matters for later. When Yichun defeated Saint Huang Li in one stroke, killed Elder Chiming of the Nine Flames clan, and had figures of Cosmic Emperor Realm and Divine Master Realm personally arrive, along with Sovereign Shuechen, East Territory King, Northern Territory King, and others returning, the entire Supreme Divine Institute was bustling. The news that Yi-chun was still alive spread throughout the Supreme Divine Institute and even the entire Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom. Upon hearing the news that Yi-chun might have fallen, little provincial princess Fang Luo, who had been locking herself in her room, immediately ran to Yi-chun upon hearing he returned to the Supreme Divine Institute. She even ignored her father, East Territory King's ridicule and cried in Yi-chun's arms for a long time. Only when Yi-chun teased her about being a big girl now did the little provincial princess blush and leave Yi-chun's embrace. But the little girl still held on to Yi-chun, questioning him about his time in the True Spirit Divine Kingdom, pestering him for a long while. As the people of Divine Dragon Mountain left the Supreme Divine Institute, Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country people returned to Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country, and the disciples of the Supreme Divine Institute spoke. News of Yi-chun defeating Saint Huang Li of the Stellar Domain God King ranking 10th place began spreading across various divine kingdoms. Later, coupled with the explanation of Yi-chun's relationship with figures of Cosmic Emperor Realm and Divine Master Realm, and the news that Yi-chun might be the same person as Zhang Li, ranked 7th on the Stellar Domain God King ranking, Yi-chun's fame spread louder, beginning to be renowned throughout the entire universe. Zhang Li, is he really Yi-chun? The mythical youth rumored to have obtained the heavenly forbidden flame in the ancient forbidden grounds. In the True Spirit Divine Kingdom, among the Extreme Spirit Clan, the elders of the Extreme Spirit Clan relocated to new living quarters, still harboring disbelief. They still remember the wonders of Zhang Li. Not only did he defeat the Extreme Spirit Clan's 2-star sovereign as a God King realm, but he also solved the major threat of demon-polluted beasts and even the later Starry Sky demon threats, which, according to Lord Yen, were possibly dealt with by an unknown powerful being due to Yi-chun. Zhang Li's deeds have already made the Extreme Spirit Clan elders, who once fought alongside Yi-chun, feel unbelievable. For the Stellar Domain God King ranking placing Zhang Li at 7th position, they see it as absolutely reasonable. But the Extreme Spirit Clan leaders couldn't fathom that Zhang Li's real name was Yi-chun. He was also associated with the True Spirit Divine Kingdom's other 2 high-level life clans, Bloodwing Clan and Nine Flames Clan, was involved with them in the ancient Forbidden Grounds, and from there obtained the 2nd-ranked flame on the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list, Heavenly Forbidden Flame. In this case, Zhang Li, or rather Yi-chun, his true strength is even scarier. Even the 7th position on the Stellar Domain God King ranking is too low. Elder Sovereign Tianju of the Extreme Spirit Clan said. The only member of the Extreme Spirit Clan who knew Yi-chun was Zhang Li. The young girl Linger, upon hearing of Yi-chun returning to the Supreme Divine Institute and quickly defeating Saint Huang Li of Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country, knew the news of Yi-chun's fame spreading throughout the universe, and with Yi-chun being Zhang Li's identity circulating in the cosmos, Linger looked towards Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom, muttering, "Yi-chun brother, I finally don't have to keep your secret anymore. I knew it. With your strength, the entire universe would come to know your name." At this moment, it wasn't only the people of the Extreme Spirit Clan who were astonished. In the True Spirit Divine Kingdom's other 2 high-level life clans, the top-ranked Bloodwing Clan and the 2nd-ranked Nine Flames Clan, upon hearing that Yi-chun was alive and that he had earned great fame under the alias Zhang Li in the True Spirit Divine Kingdom's Extreme Spirit Clan, the entire clans were similarly shaken. Elder Tianhua of the Nine Flames Clan called Kai Menger, Kai Shower, and others who were familiar with Yi-chun, questioning them for a long time about Yi-chun's affairs. Finally, Elder Tianhua sighed deeply. Yi-chun was favored by the Cosmic Emperor, possessing unmatched potential. It's no wonder he obtained the Heavenly Forbidden Flame, and indeed it's unsurprising that he could escape alive from the ancient Forbidden Grounds, where no one had lived to return after being sealed. Our clan has a good relationship with Yi-chun. While we didn't acquire the Heavenly Forbidden Flame, neither did the Bloodwing clan. Yi-chun took the Divine Fire alive. Our clan accepts this outcome. Meanwhile, Elder Shuya of the Bloodwing clan, along with the 8-level Divine Master Blood Origin Divine Master who remained in the Bloodwing clan, appeared extremely displeased. They originally thought that even if they didn't acquire the Heavenly Forbidden Flame, Yi-chun who did, perished in the ancient Forbidden Grounds, leaving them the possibility of revisiting and searching for the Heavenly Forbidden Flame. But they never imagined Yi-chun would escape alive. What further frustrated Elder Shuya and Blood Origin Divine Master was their current fear of not daring to seize the heavenly forbidden flame from Yichun despite knowing he was alive. It's a joke. There's a cosmic emperor who calls Yichun his friend, with whom Yichun has an excellent relationship. That emperor reportedly holds great fame in the cosmic sea. No matter how precious the heavenly forbidden flame is, it is ultimately just a polar sky-level flame. It is greatly tempting for sovereign-level beings, but for those in the Divine Master realm, its utility becomes relatively limited. Even as an 8th-layer Divine Master, the Blood Origin Divine Master would never risk offending a cosmic emperor over a cluster of polar sky-level divine fire. Even if this fire is the second on the Extreme Heaven Divine Fire list, it would not give him the courage. He simply does not have the qualifications to offend a cosmic emperor. Forget it then. With a cosmic emperor backing him and that cluster of divine fire already having a master, the matter of the heavenly forbidden flame need not be discussed further. Finally, the Blood Origin Divine Master reluctantly spoke to the sovereigns of the Blood Wing Clan. The Extreme Spirit Clan, Nine Flames Clan, Blood Wing Clan. These clans that once crossed paths with Yichun were reminiscing about their encounters with Yichun, marveling at his mysteriousness and strength. Countless divine kingdoms and clan groups across the cosmos who had never met Yichun were also discussing him. That Yichun, once under the alias Jiang Li, ranked 7th on the Star Domain God King ranking. Now, everyone knows he defeated Saint Huang Li ranked 10th in one move, without even using the heavenly forbidden flame. His ranking is likely to rise even higher. All clans following the Star Domain Genius Battle God King were considering Yi Chen's true strength ranking. Causing a great stir in the entire cosmos was the spread of Yi Chen's name days after. This was the 3rd day after the return of those from the heavenly wilderness divine country, and the 3rd day of Yi Chen's story spreading across the cosmos. Stone Ridge Palace unexpectedly published a new Star Domain God King ranking list. Star Domain God King ranking 4th, Wanmu Mountain Divine Country, Yichun. Yi Chen's name directly rose to 4th on the new Star Domain God King ranking, pushing down Yuming Shifang of the Netherworld Ancient Clan, who was previously 4th. The new Star Domain God King ranking was now Star Domain God King ranking 1st. Mok Ancient Clan, Moko Yi. Star Domain God King ranking 2nd. Mok Ancient Clan, Mok Wang. Star Domain God King ranking 3rd. Mok Ancient Clan, Yuling Ruru. Star Domain God King ranking 4th. Wanmu Mountain Divine Country, Yichun. Star Domain God King ranking 5th. Netherworld Ancient Clan, Yuming Shifang. When the new Star Domain God King ranking was published, countless divine kingdoms across the universe buzzed with discussion. Especially within the second-ranked high-level lifeform group in the cosmos, the Netherworld Ancient Clan, the entire clan looked extremely grim. This Wanmu Mountain Divine Country, where is that small divine country? No matter how strong Yichun is, he wouldn't be stronger than our clan's Yuming Shifang. Stone Ridge Palace. This ranking is too unfair. Within a black tower of the Netherworld Ancient Clan, a young man clad in black with roiling black aura clenched his fists upon hearing this news. After a long while, he immersed himself back into cultivation. Mok Divine Country, Mok Ancient Clan. At this moment, 2 young people around the age of 20 were sitting together savoring divine tea. On the table before them was the new Star Domain God King ranking list. Wanmu Mountain Divine Country, Yichun, the talented genius who obtained the heavenly forbidden flame, ranked 4th. Interesting, very interesting, one youth said with a smile, looking at Yi Chen's name. The other youth smiled back. Just the 4th, isn't it? Regardless of how the Star Domain God King ranking changes, Yi, you are always 1st and I am always 2nd. These two were surprisingly the top-ranked figures on the Star Domain God King ranking. Moko Yi and Mok Wang of the Mok Ancient Clan. Mok Wang's words prompted a faint smile from Moko Yi. This time, the Stellar Domain Genius battle is completely different. I've heard there's a notable link with Star Master Yuan Wu from the Ancestral God Temple. Our clan is incredibly invested in the Stellar Domain Genius battle this time. In the Battle of the God Kings, we must ensure nothing goes wrong. Mok Wang laughed. Naturally, nothing will go wrong. Others may not know Ye's strength, but I do. When the stellar domain genius battle begins, let's show them. Listening to Mok Wang, Moko Yi nodded, smiling. His eyes were crystal bright, filled with absolute confidence. To him, even the fourth-ranked Yi Chun was merely tea-table conversation. Fourth? He glanced at him, but didn't regard him as a rival in the least. I didn't expect that Yi Chun has ties to a friend of mine. Within a divine mountain hiding amidst the endless cosmos, an elderly woman spoke with a smile to a young girl. Little Qian, I originally had no interest in the stellar domain genius battle, but this time it's different. With my friend's descendant on the list, you'll join the battle of the God Kings this time. Beside the elderly woman, the young girl was exceedingly petite, appearing as if she hadn't yet grown up, resembling a little girl with pigtails, yet she carried an enormous snow-colored treasured saber bigger than herself. On hearing the elderly woman's words, the little girl giggled. Old ancestor, you're finally letting Qian go this time. Humph. The stellar domain genius battles battle of the God Kings. Watch Qian take first this time. That Yi Chun is my friend's descendant? Then I'll go easy on him. Upon the little girl's words, the elderly woman nodded with a chuckle. Then go easy on him. He is, I imagine, far weaker than you. Not to mention him, even Moko Yi is nothing in front of you, little Qian. Chapter 1075-Zhang Yao. Longli, Supreme Divine Institute. Inside Yi Chen's residence. After arranging the countless people who had come to talk to him, Yi Chen finally had time to ask General Insha about the matter he entrusted to her. Yi Chen, you asked me to help find someone. After I found the true spirit divine kingdom, I also mentioned this to Lord Yen, and he also helped in the search. Lord Yen is the cosmic emperor. It's much easier for him to find someone than for me. However, only half of the task is completed this time. Of the two people you're looking for, we only found one. General Insha's words gave Yi Chen a jolt of excitement. Did they find one of either the Black Crow God King or Lord Dekong? Originally, Yi Chen didn't have high hopes when he asked General Insha to help find someone. After all, the universe is vast, and even though General Insha is an upper God King, it doesn't mean she can definitely find them, let alone in such a short time. Unexpectedly, General Insha also specially informed Lord Yen about this matter. Although Lord Yen is a senior of General Insha, due to the legacy relationship that General Insha received from him, it is essentially like a master-disciple relationship. Naturally, Lord Yen would help General Insha, not to mention this matter was related to Yi Chun, whom Lord Yen had a very good impression of. With Lord Yan's help in searching, the efficiency was definitely increased by countless times. Unexpectedly, they found one person so quickly. Senior, which person did you find? Yi Chun excitedly asked towards Lord Yen and General Insha. No matter if they found the Black Crow God King or Lord Dekong, Yi Chun would be extremely delighted. After all, finding the Black Crow God King means he could rescue Zhang Yao's grandfather, father, mother, and clan members. Finding Lord Dekong means that the little monkey finally has family. Hearing Yi Chen's inquiry, General Insha looked at Lord Yen. Lord Yen shook his sleeve, and an old man in black robes was directly thrown to the ground. This person should be the Black Crow God King you were looking for, young friend Yi Chun. How to handle him is up to you, young friend. As for the clan members of the Divine Phoenix clan you're concerned about, I have searched through the spatial treasure and the dwelling place of this Black Crow God King and found the people you were looking for, temporarily placing them in one of my spatial treasures for cultivation. When you're ready, I can let them out to meet you. With a gentle motion of his hand, Lord Yen summoned a spatial treasure bottle into his palm. Lord Yen handed the bottle to Yi Chen. Looking inside, Yi Chun immediately saw many people sitting cross-legged inside, cultivating. Among them were a few whose appearance bore some resemblance to Zhang Yao, clearly indicating these were the clan members of Zhang Yao who had been taken by the Black Crow God King. Holding the bottle, Yi Chun was overwhelmingly excited. Yaoer, I finally found your clan members for you. They're all fine, they're all fine. Yi Chun counted the clan members, and the number matched what Zhang Yao had told him about the number of people taken. Furthermore, Yi Chun noticed that although these clan members appeared haggard, having clearly been forced into servitude by the Black Crow God King and undergoing many hardships, they were now in very good spirits thanks to the nurturing environment within Lord Yan's spatial treasure. Nonetheless, Yi Chun hadn't yet reunited with Zhang Yao, and since her clan members were fine and cultivating within Lord Yan's treasure, he wasn't in a rush to meet them. After all, Zhang Yao's grandfather, father, and mother were among them. Yi Chun felt a bit apprehensive about meeting these elders of his. Once Yaoer comes out from the Zishuan treasure palace, I'll hand over her clan members to her, and then together we'll bring them back to the original Spirit Source Star to reunite with the other clan members. Yi Chun made his plans. At this moment, General Insha looked at the Black Crow God King on the ground and said to Yi Chun, how should we deal with this person? Yi Chun's gaze locked onto the old man in black robes on the ground, a cold gleam in his eyes. The Black Crow God King was trembling all over. No, calling him the Black Crow God King was no longer accurate. He could now be called Sovereign Black Crow. Sovereign Black Crow never expected that the group of people he took would bring him such colossal trouble. After taking these people, he received a great opportunity, entering a mysterious ice cave, which significantly advanced his strength. Eventually, he even became a leading figure of a major force within a divine kingdom. At that time, Sovereign Black Crow claimed that capturing these divine Phoenix clan members brought him fortune and luck. But what Sovereign Black Crow never anticipated was that one day, a sweeping divine sense would cover the entire divine kingdom where he resided, and in the end, that terrifying divine sense would lock onto him completely. The Black Crow God King would never forget the scene when he was captured by Lord Yen. At that time, many sovereigns were guests in his faction, but when the terrifying divine sense locked onto him, the Black Crow God King realized that the entire territory he was in, even the whole divine kingdom, was instantly completely sealed. Even time was entirely halted. He and all the sovereigns before him were completely immobile. Even the divine bird in the sky was completely frozen in the void. This great power of void-time stagnation utterly shocked the Black Crow God King, and he then saw a figure that enveloped the entire void heaven, even the entire divine kingdom, descending from the endless starry sky to stand before him. That figure just gave him one look, and all the secrets within his soul were completely exposed to that person. When the figure finally took him and the clan members he had captured and flew away from this divine kingdom into cosmic space, with a traveling divine master bowing to this figure and shouting, "Great Cosmic Emperor." It was then that the Black Crow God King understood what kind of existence had imprisoned him. At this moment, in Yi Chen's cave dwelling, hearing that this great cosmic emperor had left his fate to the young man before him to decide, the Black Crow God King repeatedly bowed to Yi Chen, shouting, "Friend, spare me, spare me. Over these years, I have only had the members of the Divine Phoenix clan work for me and have not mistreated them. Let Zhang Yao and her clan's people decide what to do with this person." Yi Chun looked at Sovereign Black Crow and did not pay attention to his pleas, instead turning formally towards Lord Emperor Yen and bowing in thanks. "Thank you, Senior, for your help. Without the help of Senior and General Insha, who knows when I would have found Zhang Yao's people." This was truly a great favor, and Yi Chun was infinitely grateful. However, Lord Emperor Yen merely smiled and waved his hand, saying, "As for the other person you are looking for, that Di Kong, I have searched this entire universe and still haven't found him. Either he is in another universe, or he has already become a divine master and gone to the cosmic sea. The number of other universes is too many, and searching for him can only depend on fate." General Insha also comforted Yi Chun, saying, "Yi Chun, don't worry. According to what you said, that Di Kong shouldn't be in danger, and maybe now, his strength is also incredibly powerful." Hearing the words from Lord Emperor Yen and General Insha, Yi Chun nodded. He immersed his divine sense into the space on his body and had a few words with the little monkey. Indeed, as General Insha mentioned, compared to the urgency of rescuing the captured Divine Phoenix clan members by the Black Crow God King, finding Lord Dekong was less pressing. He conversed with Lord Emperor Yen and General Insha for a long time again. Yi Chun then saw the two off. Lord Emperor Yen and General Insha had important matters to attend to back at the Cosmic Sea. They promised to also help look for Lord Di Kong there, and told Yi Chun they would find the time to visit him again before they left. After seeing off Lord Emperor Yen and General Insha, Yi Chun was finally ready to leave the Supreme Divine Institute once more. At the Supreme Divine Institute, he had already handled many affairs. Next, the most important task was to meet Zhang Yao and Long Li and take them back to the original Spirit Source Star. In the 10,000 Beasts domain, within the Ice Emperor realm, deep beneath an enormous ocean, floated a purple-black treasure palace. Two extremely beautiful maidens sat cross-legged in this treasure palace. One of them wore an elegant white dress, with a graceful and enticing figure. Her cascading black hair flowed down to her waist. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore a small dimple, and her stellar eyes gleamed with an indescribable sanctified aura. The other maiden was slightly younger than the maiden in white. Dressed in a light blue dress, her skin was as fair as snow. Her eyes also sparkled like stars, and her demeanor was remarkably aloof, resembling the fairy of the Guanghan Temple, or the goddess of the Ice Soul Divine Palace, as if the dust of the world had never tainted her in the slightest. Who else could these two maidens be but Zhang Yao and Long Li, whom Yi Chun thought of daily? Unlike the last time Yi Chun came to the Ice Emperor realm to seek out Zhang Yao and Long Li, where Zhang Yao was cultivating and Long Li stood guard, this time Long Li was the one cultivating, with Zhang Yao watching over her. At this moment, looking at Zhang Yao, when Yi Chun came last time, Zhang Yao was still at the Nine Tribulations True God realm, but in just a few years she had reached the Upper God King realm just like Yi Chun. Even more miraculous was that Zhang Yao's pair of stellar eyes seemed to harbor an incredibly mysterious starlight, as if a real constellation lay hidden within her gaze. And as for Long Li, at this moment, she had already surged past the Earth Divine Venerate realm to reach the Immortal Divine Venerate realm, and the aura around Long Li continued to climb. It seemed she had reached the pinnacle of the Immortal Divine Venerate. At this time, Long Li was still cultivating. Zhang Yao, however, glanced at Long Li and then at the day will used for timekeeping on the wall of the Zishuan Treasure Palace. She murmured. Sister Long Li said that Yi Chun agreed to Two Sovereigns' 3 requests, and soon, the time for the Stellar Domain Genius Battle will arrive. Before the Stellar Domain Genius Battle, Sister Long Li and I must see Yi Chun. With Sister Long Li's pace of cultivation, we should be able to leave soon. Finally, in Zhang Yao's mind, emerged that figure she had recalled countless times and could never forget. She spoke softly. Yi Chun, I miss you. Chapter 1076. Waiting. Ice Spiral Ocean, the largest ocean in the Ice Emperor realm of the 10,000 Beasts domain, is also the ocean with the densest spiritual energy. Among the many powerful forces surrounding the Ice Spiral Ocean, the North Cold Palace, with its 2 9-star sovereigns, stands as the mightiest. Usually, many disciples of the North Cold Palace train in the Ice Spiral Ocean, but they generally focus on the northern and eastern parts of the ocean, rarely venturing to train in the Southern Territories. This is because, in the Southern Territories, the spiritual energy is relatively the thinnest in the entire Ice Spiral Ocean. However, starting a few years ago, a region in the Southern Territories of the Ice Spiral Ocean has always attracted cultivators to train, especially young male cultivators famed for their extraordinary talents and handsome appearances. The reason why so many male cultivators come to train in this location, according to rumors, is because deep within this territory, in an exceedingly elusive place, there are 2 absolutely beautiful girls cultivating in a great mysterious place. The names of these 2 beautiful girls are incredibly well known throughout the entire Ice Emperor realm and even the entire 10,000 Beasts domain. At this moment, in this territory named the Luo Sea area in the Southern Ice Spiral Ocean, a few people have just arrived. Seeing a gathering of over 20 individuals cultivating within a radius of tens of thousands of feet, these newly arrived male cultivators also began to chat as they sat cross-legged above the ocean's void. Is that beautiful girl Zhang Yao from the Feathered Spirit clan really cultivating here? One of them asked incredulously. Another, who apparently had been here before, replied directly, absolutely true. A great power holder discovered an extremely mysterious supreme secret realm of ours, the Zishuan Treasure Palace, in the depths of this sea area. Unfortunately, that power holder also lacked the opportunity to enter the Zishuan treasure palace. Later, that power holder investigated and found out that Zhang Yao from the Feathered Spirit clan had entered the Zishuan treasure palace and is cultivating inside. That power holder is an 8-star sovereign, and the information he discovered is absolutely true. After he spoke, an upper god king beside him also nodded and said, "That power holder is a renowned 8-star sovereign from the nearby powerful force, Snow Concealment Mountain. Although Snow Concealment Mountain is not as strong as our North Cold Palace, that 8-star sovereign is famous throughout the entire 10,000 Beasts domain. What he says can't possibly be false." Their words stirred excitement among the others. One of them said, "It's rumored that Zhang Yao was brought back to the Feathered Spirit clan by the 9-star sovereign, Mrs. He from another region. It's said that she is unbelievably beautiful and has unparalleled talent. It's reportedly said that our North Cold Palace's 9-star sovereign Mutian even sought marriage for his descendant Mu Feng with the Feathered Spirit clan but was refused. Is Zhang Yao really that beautiful? Beyond beautiful." The first speaker gestured at the male cultivators cultivating above the sea, smacking his lips. According to people from the Feathered Spirit clan, Zhang Yao is simply a peerless beauty that many of them have never seen, and her demeanor is of the utmost purity. Otherwise, why would so many people gather here waiting for her? These people just hope that when she finishes her cultivation and comes out of the Zishuan treasure palace, they could catch a glimpse of her, or even have a chance to meet her. I heard that even though our North Cold Palace's 9 stars sovereign Mutian's descendant Mu Feng was initially rejected, he still harbors extreme admiration for Zhang Yao, becoming infatuated just from seeing a portrait of her. These days, Mu Feng practically comes here to stay for a while almost every day after his cultivation. He should be coming again soon today. Not just Mu Feng. Many top talents of the younger generation in our North Cold Palace have thoughts of meeting and pursuing Zhang Yao. Moreover, it's not just us from the North Cold Palace. Many top-level forces from the 10,000 Beasts domain and even forces from distant territories often send top talents here, just to catch a glimpse of Zhang Yao. It's said it's not only Zhang Yao in the Zishuan treasure palace below. Another extremely beautiful girl is also inside with her. That girl is even more famous. She's reportedly from the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, the first goddess of the most powerful Supreme Divine Institute in Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation. It's said that this girl is younger than Zhang Yao, but her strength is exceedingly formidable. A truly top-tier genius born once in many ages for the Supreme Divine Institute. She's reportedly named Long Li. Back when Long Li was in the God King realm, people from the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation said she could make it to the top spots in the Star Domain Genius Battle God King Battle, ranking among the top in countless star domains. It shows how extraordinary and powerful Long Li is. Sadly, she reportedly had a mishap and unexpectedly broke through to the Divine Venerate realm, so she couldn't participate in the Star Domain Genius Battle God King Battle and could only join the Divine Venerate battle. It's hard to tell how much she has progressed in the Divine Venerate realm over these past years, and whether she will participate in the Divine Venerate battle in the Star Domain Genius battle in the future, nor if she will maintain a top-tier combat strength in the Divine Venerate battle. Probably not. The Divine Venerate realm is divided into Earth Divine Venerate, Heavenly Divine Venerate, and Immortal Divine Venerate. Long Li was very strong in the God King realm, but she has barely had time in the Divine Venerate realm. It's impossible for her to quickly rank among the top in countless star domains in the Divine Venerate realm. That's too challenging. Indeed. However, Long Li's strength doesn't concern us much. The key is that she is also exceptionally beautiful. It's said that her demeanor differs from Zhang Yao's utmost purity and belongs to an incomparably cold and peerless demeanor. To be called the first goddess of the Supreme Divine Institute, it's evident how attention-grabbing she is. Have you all heard? It's rumored that Long Li has had an affair with someone named Yi Chun. Probably because of this, Yi Chun has the biggest chance of winning her heart. Others probably have no chance. Having had a relationship, what does it matter? I'm a cultivator, why would I care about that? Although many male cultivators focus on Zhang Yao from the 10,000 Beasts domain, I heard that there are many who garner attention toward Long Li as well. It is even rumored that world-class geniuses from other star domain divine kingdoms, attracted by news about her in the 10,000 Beasts domain, have come to this place. There's another shocking rumor. Have you heard? What rumor? It's said that Yi Chan, who had a relationship with Long Li, is the very same young man Zhang Yao always liked, because Long Li unexpectedly had a relationship with Yi Chan. She specifically came to find Zhang Yao, and later the two of them entered the Zishuan treasure palace together. Ah, what kind of person is this Yi Chan? To have earned the admiration of both supreme goddesses, Long Li and Zhang Yao. You've never heard of Yi Chen? It's said that recently he's become extremely famous throughout the universe, ranking 4th on the Star Domain God King ranking. That's him. Ranking 4th on the Star Domain God King ranking? Heaven. No wonder he attracted the admiration of both Long Li and Zhang Yao. How powerful is he? But it's rumored that Yi Chen wasn't even a God King at the time. When he was in the lower realm as a low-realm martial artist, he was already familiar with Zhang Yao. When he was just a very weak true god, he had a relationship with Long Li. Those two girls likely didn't fall for Yi Chen because of his 4th place ranking on the Star Domain God King ranking. Sigh. I really envy that Yi Chen. What's there to envy? When two women vie for affection, who knows, maybe it'll end up in chaos and you'll lose both. Otherwise, do you think so many geniuses would be waiting here? They're hoping that both girls become disappointed in Yi Chen. Then they'll have a chance to pursue them. We probably don't stand a chance. I'm just here to catch a glimpse of the beauty's charms. Maybe Zhang Yao and Long Li prefer someone like us. While these few chatted away, a strikingly handsome figure appeared in the sky. This strikingly handsome figure was at the divine venerate realm, radiating divine brilliance, clearly someone of extraordinary birth, attracting considerable attention upon his arrival. Quick, look! Mu Feng has arrived again. The newcomer was indeed Mu Feng, a direct descendant of Sovereign Mu Yen, the 9-star sovereign of North Cold Palace, a genius of the divine venerate realm from North Cold Palace. Once Mu Feng arrived at the area, seeing others waiting by the sea, he knew Zhang Yao hadn't come out yet. Without speaking, he merely sat cross-legged on the sea's surface, simultaneously cultivating and waiting. More people continued to arrive over time. As each new person was recognized, exclamations rose from many. That's Luo Ningqing, the unrivaled God King from Snow Concealment Mountain. Rumor says he has a chance to break into the top 100 in the Stellar Domain Genius Battle this time. It's Luo Ningqing's first visit here, right? Who would have thought even he would come? Does he seek Zhang Yao or Long Li? That's Helian Qi, the prince of my 10,000 Beasts domain's divine capital. Prince Helian Qi reportedly admires Long Li. He's here again. Who's that? Heaven, with several high-ranking sovereigns following behind, here in this place. That person is said to be named Huijian, from the Yohua Divine Kingdom, much stronger than our 10,000 Beasts domain, and he's the divine child of Yohua Divine Kingdom. More and more gathered in the Luosi area. These talented male cultivators frequently scrutinized each other, their gazes somewhat hostile. They all understood that everyone here came for Zhang Yao and Long Li. They were competing with each other. Among these people, many were strong, ranging in realm from the lowest God King to even heavenly divine venerates and immortal divine venerates. On this day, another figure arrived at the Luosi area. This was an upper God King figure. On seeing the gathering of numerous male cultivators in the area, this upper God King paused momentarily, then laughed and shook his head. It's said that Mrs. He ordered people to guard this land. Mrs. He even personally came to oversee it, and not many male cultivators dared to provoke Mrs. He. I didn't expect that shortly after Mrs. He borrowed the extreme heavenly supreme seal to go to the polar star fragment for cultivation, so many male cultivators would rush here to see Yaoer and Long Li. My family's Yaoer and Long Li are indeed incredibly charming. This upper God King smiled and, like others, sat cross-legged above the ocean void, waiting. Chapter 1077. Finally meeting. This upper God King is, of course, Yi Chen, who has rushed over from the divine kingdom of Wanmu Mountain specifically to find Jiang Yao and Long Li. Before coming to the Ice Emperor Realm's Ice Spiral Ocean Luo Sea area here, Yichen paid a visit to the Feathered Spirit clan. Upon learning that Jiang Yao and Long Li were still cultivating in the Zishuan Treasure Palace, and that Mrs. He had gone to cultivate in the Polar Star Fragment using the extreme Heavenly Supreme Seal she had obtained earlier, Yichun bid farewell to the Feathered Spirit clan members and made his way back here. Shortly after Yichun sat down in a meditative pose, several newcomers also arrived and sat nearby. Among these individuals, one Heavenly Divine Venerable who seemed quite sociable saw Yichun and directly asked, "Fellow Taoist, have you come for Jiang Yao and Long Li as well? I've heard that Jiang Yao and Long Li are exceedingly rare beauties. Have you seen them? After my breakthrough a while ago, I had some free time and came specifically to see the spectacle. I have yet to see what these legendary supreme goddesses look like." The words of the Heavenly Divine Venerable made Yichun involuntarily recall the moments spent with Jiang Yao and Long Li. His first meeting with Jiang Yao at the Thousand Lotus Cave abode, Jiang Yao assisting him against Zhou Yuntian of the late-stage Spirit Sea. Their shared adventures in the Heavenly Saint Ancient Tomb, their participation in the sword fighting tournament, exploring the Undersea Divine Palace, traveling together before entering the Divine Kingdom, embracing and kissing, and then there was Long Li, their first encounter at the Nine Suns Ancient Land, their competitive breakthroughs in the Bottomless Fire Cave, their unexpected fusion with the Heavenly Union Flame, and most memorable to Yichun, Long Li's silent dedication to him, her care when he was unconscious, the whispered thoughts revealed during low murmurs. If Yichun was still hesitant before, fearing emotional issues might hurt Jiang Yao and Long Li, especially after knowing about the threat of the starry sky demon threatening the cosmic sea and countless universes, he no longer considered other matters. He only wanted to treat Jiang Yao and Long Li well, to diligently cultivate and care for them, and take care of his family to face all crises. Thinking about the two women's elegant faces, Yichun smiled at the Heavenly Divine Venerable who inquired, "Them? I've seen them both. Seen them both." Upon hearing Yichun's words, the Heavenly Divine Venerable and several other young Divine Venerables beside him expressed disbelief, saying, "Fellow Taoist, you're not just boasting, are you? It's rumored that Jiang Yao and Long Li entered the Zishuan Treasure Palace for cultivation shortly after arriving in the 10,000 Beasts domain, and barely anyone has seen either of them, let alone both. Fellow Taoist, if you're going to boast, at least make it believable." The few people completely doubted Yichun's words, expressing their disdain for Yichun. "By the way, fellow Taoist, are you here to pursue Jiang Yao or Long Li?" The Heavenly Divine Venerable also didn't believe Yichun had seen Jiang Yao and Long Li, but was more concerned about whom Yichun was here for. This Upper God King seems rather extraordinary in demeanor. For some reason, I feel he's somewhat unusual. Maybe he truly could catch Jiang Yao and Long Li's attention. I hope he's not here for Long Li. After hearing about Long Li, I've come to favor her the most. As the Heavenly Divine Venerable thought this while asking, Yichun's response once again widened the eyes of the Heavenly Divine Venerable. Yichun simply said, "Jiang Yao and Long Li, I want to pursue them both. I won't let go of either of them." Attempting to pursue both? Upon hearing Yichun's words, the others nearby rolled their eyes. They hadn't expected that this Upper God King not only bragged but was overly ambitious as well. To earn the favor of one supreme goddess already requires burning incense in gratitude. Yet this Upper God King intends to win both. Isn't he afraid these two supreme goddesses will beat him up if they find out? This person has gone insane. Let's not bother with him. We should wait for Jiang Yao and Long Li to appear. Who knows if we'll get to see them this time or end up disappointed like before. Upon hearing Yichun's series of delusional remarks, those nearby decided not to converse further with him, directly resorting to telepathy to communicate. The Heavenly Divine Venerable also shook his head at Yichun, saying, "Fellow Taoist, no matter how good Jiang Yao and Long Li are, don't become too obsessed. Otherwise, when they reject you, you'll just be heartbroken." The Heavenly Divine Venerable also thought Yichun had lost his mind, and after advising him a bit, joined the others in chatting idly. Yichun noticed their expressions and did not bother explaining further. Smiling, he continued to sit and meditate, preparing to cultivate the eternal God-body chaos divine pattern cultivation mantra. Beneath the sea, inside the Zishuan treasure palace. Finally completed the cultivation. Sitting in the treasure palace, Longli finally opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, the entire Zishuan treasure palace lost its color instantaneously. Simultaneously, an ancient ring, divine to the extreme, emitting a starlight even more divine than when Qinglan Star Lord achieved Star Lord status, flew directly back into Longli's body. This time, I finally cultivated the Heavenly Pulse 9 arts hidden within the Star Luo God Ring to the 8th art. Unexpectedly, the Star Luo God Ring conceals an even greater secret concerning the secrets of my parents. I really want to break through to the Divine Master Realm and venture to the Cosmic Sea soon. But I wonder how Yichun is doing. Leaving him alone in this universe, I feel uneasy. The moment Longli completed her cultivation, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Zhang Yao's sister. Pulling back from her scattered thoughts, Longli saw Zhang Yao sitting not far away waiting for her. Quickly walked over to Zhang Yao's side. Zhang Yao opened her eyes and seeing Longli approaching, she exclaimed in surprise, "Longli sister, you've completed your cultivation?" "Yes." Longli nodded with a smile. "If it weren't for my sudden enlightenment, Zhang Yao sister, you would have already left the Zishuan treasure palace to find Yichun. I've wasted your time, Zhang Yao sister." Mentioning Yichun, Long Li's voice softened. Zhang Yao understood Long Li's thoughts. She smiled and patted Long Li's head, saying, "We have been cultivating here for a long time. I have obtained the inheritance of Polar Star Lord, and Long Li sister, you have completed your cultivation as well. It is time to leave. Let's go, together. Leave this place and find Yichun." This Zishuan treasure palace is Zhang Yao's fortuitous location, completely under her control. Although Longli, due to the mysterious Star Luo God Ring, entered this Zishuan treasure palace with Zhang Yao, the opportunities inside were all owned by Zhang Yao. At this moment, Zhang Yao merely pointed with her finger towards the void, and a cluster of star lights, remarkably divine, descended directly from within the Zishuan treasure palace, enveloping Zhang Yao and Longli entirely. Zhang Yao's sister. When Longli heard Zhang Yao wanting her to go find Yichun together, she was about to speak again. But at this moment, the two were swooped by a great force directly towards the outside of Zishuan treasure palace. Outside the Zishuan treasure palace, in the void above the ocean of the Luo Sea region. When everyone here thought that once again, they would return without success, still unable to see the two goddesses cultivating inside the Zishuan treasure palace. These people suddenly noticed that the seawater below in the sea region began to churn rapidly. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, all those sitting cross-legged stood up. There's movement. Could it be that those two goddesses finished their cultivation and are coming out? During this waiting period, many people left, but many more arrived. At this moment, above the void heaven, there were at least 100 figures observing the sea's movements, each showing an incredibly joyful smile. Yaoer and Longli, have they finally finished cultivating? Yichun had also long noticed the movement in the sea region below. At this moment, he was equally delighted. Amidst countless gazes, the seawater below grew increasingly tumultuous, until finally, a divine light erupted from the depths of the seabed. In the endless illumination of the divine light, two figures emerged straight from the sea region depths. These two figures, one in a white dress and the other in a blue dress, were surrounded by endless divine light, and their beauty under the divine illumination exuded an unforgettable charm. Seeing these two faces, all those waiting in the void above the sea felt their endless waiting had not been in vain. It's Zhang Yao and Long Li, two supreme goddesses. They were indeed cultivating below and have truly emerged. They are indeed rarely seen beauties of the world. I have never seen such beautiful goddesses. That cascading black hair down to the waist, with small dimples, incredibly pure maiden, must be Jiang Yao. That fair skin like snow, an aura of coolness, appearing slightly younger, must be Long Li. Upon seeing Jiang Yao and Long Li, there was an uproar in the void. Everyone scrambled towards Jiang Yao and Long Li, hoping to meet them and pursue them. Greetings, Fairy Jiang Yao. I am Luo Ningxing from Snow Concealment Mountain. It's a pleasure to meet the fairy. Truly unforgettable. Luo Ningxing, talented god king from Snow Concealment Mountain, adjusted his clothes and smiled at Jiang Yao. I am Prince Helian Qi from the divine capital of 10,000 Beasts domain. My name is Huijian, from the Yohua divine kingdom. Others also introduced themselves to Jiang Yao and Long Li. At this moment, everyone noticed that as soon as Jiang Yao and Long Li emerged from the pulsating divine light, they seemed to sense something directly and looked towards one direction. Following the path of their gaze, all people saw a man who merely stood up, unlike others who rushed forward to greet the two goddesses. He simply stretched out his arms, seemingly welcoming them, smiling lightly as he looked at the two women. Yet everyone saw that upon seeing this person, Jiang Yao and Long Li's eyes filled with tears simultaneously. Jiang Yao immediately rushed towards that person. It's him. It's that upper god king who claimed to know Jiang Yao and Long Li and wanted to pursue both of them. Oh heavens! Looking at Jiang Yao and Long Li, they seemed to truly know him and share a close relationship. Near this upper god king were several divine venerables, who were astonished with their mouths agape. Yi Chun, I missed you so much. Jiang Yao, upon rushing to this upper god king's side, spoke directly. This upper god king, of course, was Yi Chun. Hearing Jiang Yao's words, Yi Chun raised his hand to pat Jiang Yao's head and earnestly said, Yaoer, I missed you too. And Long Li's sister too. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Jiang Yao seemed to remember something, looking at Long Li, who remained in place watching her and Yi Chun, and then glared at Yi Chun. Yi Chun had one hand patting Jiang Yao's head, his other arm still open. Long Li, I missed you too. Won't you come over? As Yi Chun's words fell, Long Li couldn't hold back any longer, directly rushing to Yi Chun and into his embrace. Chapter 1078. The Arrival of the Stellar Domain Genius Battle. Yi Chun tightly embraced Jiang Yao and Long Li, as if holding all of existence. This scene fell into the eyes of others, rendering the world silent. Who is this person? Why did Jiang Yao and Long Li both rush into his arms? Do they both like him? Everyone looked at Yi Chun in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before them. One must know Jiang Yao and Long Li are two supreme celestial maidens in the 10,000 Beasts domain, drawing attention from innumerable people. Even winning the favor of one is enough to delight countless geniuses. No one imagined they could both be captivated simultaneously. Those divine venerables who had previously scorned Yi Chun were utterly astonished. Previously, when Yi Chun claimed to know Jiang Yao and Long Li and wished to pursue both, those divine venerables thought this upper god king was just boasting, saying something insane. But now, it seems that this upper god king was certainly not boasting. He truly knows Jiang Yao and Long Li and has a profound relationship with both, deeply loved by them. I know who this person is. Isn't he the Yi Chun ranked 4th on the Star Domain God King ranking as rumored? It's said that Jiang Yao has always liked Yi Chun. Long Li has also had relations with Yi Chun. Only Yi Chun could win their favor simultaneously. Everyone present, whether God King or Divine Venerable, possessed immeasurably powerful divine sense. Even though they hadn't heard Jiang Yao whisper Yi Chun's name in his ear, their divine sense swiftly identified Yi Chun's identity. Yi Chun of Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom, ranked 4th on the Star Domain God King ranking. Previously, others might not have cared about Yi Chun, but seeing Jiang Yao and Long Li's actions, coupled with numerous cosmic rumors about Yi Chun, upon learning his identity, everyone turned their startled gazes toward Yi Chun. Even if those present were geniuses, they didn't dare show the slightest arrogance before Yi Chun. This was a rare prodigy who could defeat the Saint Heir of Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country in one blow, previously ranked 10th on the Star Domain God King ranking. This was a supreme genius in the Upper God King realm, capable of defeating sovereign-level figures. Even more terrifying are the cosmic rumors about Yi Chun. It is rumored Yi Chun even personally killed a 9-star sovereign. It is further rumored that Yi Chun is backed by 8 divine master-level entities, and even cosmic emperor-level figures watch over him. Cosmic emperors call him Little Brother, and it's even possible Yi Chun's background is more formidable than a cosmic emperor. It's very likely there are Star Lord-level figures supporting him, thus even cosmic emperors take special care of him. This rare prodigy, this supreme genius, this profoundly powerful individual with an immense background. Not to mention the 9-star sovereign's descendants like Mu Feng from the Feathered Spirit clan who secretly adored Zhang Yao and Long Li, nor Luo Ningqing who might break into the top 100 of the Stellar Domain Genius Battle God King Battle on Snow Concealment Mountain, even Helian Qi, a prince of the 10,000 Beasts domain, and Huijian, a divine child from Upper Divine Kingdom Yuhua Divine Kingdom accompanied by high-level sovereigns, are far from comparing to Yi Chun. It's laughable. Luo Ningqing merely can break into the top 100 of the Stellar Domain Genius Battle God King Battle. Yi Chun is rumored to aim for the top 10, top 3, or even first place in the Stellar Domain Genius Battle God King Battle. He is already ranked 4th on the Star Domain God King ranking. Huijian accompanied by high-level sovereigns. An Upper Divine Kingdom Yuhua Divine Kingdom Divine Child? Yi Chun even defeated Saint Huang Li of the same Upper Divine Kingdom in one move, personally killed the 9-star sovereign alongside Saint Huang Li. Yi Chun, are you the friend from Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom? Though guessing Yi Chun's identity, someone couldn't help but voice their inquiry toward Yi Chun. Yi Chun, holding Zhang Yao and Long Li, did not release them but looked toward the person inquiring and nodded. Upon confirming it was Yi Chun, everyone realized they had no chance. Yi Chun personally came to meet Zhang Yao and Long Li, and both had already leapt into Yi Chun's arms. What chance did they have left? Luo Ningqing, Mu Feng, Huijian, and others could only look at Yi Chun with immense envy before leaving in despondency. Yi Chun, how long do you plan to hold us? Though held by Yi Chun, Long Li was delighted, yet felt embarrassed about seeming to take away something from Zhang Yao's sister, feeling incredibly shy. With many others present previously, Long Li resisted the urge to struggle out of Yi Chun's embrace, fearing misunderstandings. She truly wished to be with Yi Chun in her heart. Seeing everyone leave now, Long Li couldn't help but speak up. Zhang Yao also glanced at Yi Chun, her face blushing with shame. Noticing the expressions of the two ladies, Yi Chun laughed heartily before releasing his arms. Let's go, Yaoer, Lear. We're heading back. Yaoer, thanks to the help of 2 seniors this time, I've finally accomplished something major. Yi Chun held Zhang Yao in one hand and Long Li in the other, and they left the ice spiral ocean together. Their voices gradually faded away in the void. As the events of the ice spiral ocean spread, Yi Chun's name once again echoed throughout the universe. This time it was because of Zhang Yao and Long Li. I heard Yi Chun, who ranks 4th on the Star Domain God King ranking, has caused quite a stir again. He alone has won the hearts of 2 top divine maidens. Rumor has it those 2 divine maidens, one named Zhang Yao and the other Long Li, both possess incredible fortune. Zhang Yao is said to have just left a place of great fortune in the 10,000 Beasts domain, is at the Upper God King realm, and likely has the strength to secure a good position in the Star Domain Genius Battle of God King Wars. Long Li, on the other hand, is said to be even more extraordinary. Though she's very young, she's already at the Immortal Divine Venerable level, and might score a surprising position in the Star Domain Genius Battle of the Divine Venerable Wars. However, after their breakthroughs, neither of them has ever made a move, so their exact strengths are unknown. But to be with Yi Chun, surely they are both exceptional existences. Rumors and romance easily draw attention, especially when the news comes from someone claiming Long Li and Zhang Yao are unparalleled beauties, and both fell for Yi Chun simultaneously, bringing countless eyes to Yi Chun. Mok Divine Country, Mok Ancient Clan. Moko Yi and Mok Wang, ranked 1st and 2nd on the Star Domain God King ranking, once again discussed Yi Chun. That Yi Chun certainly has luck with women, Mok Wang said with some envy. I don't even have a single exceptional divine maiden, yet he has 2. Moko Yi shook his head and said, "We cultivators should focus entirely on our cultivation. Yi Chun entangles himself with women. I'm afraid it might distract him from his cultivation. I was already indifferent to him, and now there's even less reason to care. Who knows, maybe his luck with women makes his cultivation more invigorated." Mokwang murmured in his heart upon hearing Moko Yi. This universe is hidden within a divine mountain in the endless starry sky. Upon hearing news of Yi Chun, an old woman educated the young girl beside her. "I thought my friend's descendant would be like my friend, focused on cultivation and indifferent to women. Unexpectedly, he suddenly fell for two. Qianqian, when you participate in the Star Domain Genius Battle of God King Wars this time, don't let him lead you astray." The young girl pouted. "Humph. That Yi Chun looks like a bad guy. Great ancestor. Earlier you told me to go easy on him. But now with all these romantic rumors, I really want to teach him a hard lesson." The old woman frowned at the young girl's words. "Indeed, he deserves a good lesson. Many who follow the Star Domain God King ranking are discussing matters between Yi Chun, Zhang Yao, and Long Li. However, as time went on, whether it's the 10,000 Beasts Domain or Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom, or other divine territories, after several reports of Yi Chun, for over 2 years afterward, there were barely any news about him. Occasional bits indicated Yi Chun was accompanying Zhang Yao to the Feathered Spirit Clan in the 10,000 Beasts Domain, or that he returned to the Supreme Divine Institute with both Zhang Yao and Long Li. Otherwise, it was about Yi Chun challenging an advanced life race, winning a kind of essence blood from them. Or someone traveling the universe witnessed Yi Chun making a move, slaying an evil person. Later on, there were no more updates about Yi Chun. As the Star Domain Genius Battle approached day by day, news about others on the True God ranking list, God King list, and Divine Venerable list continued to surge in the countless divine nations of the universe. Yi Chun's name, however, was gradually forgotten by many. What these people didn't know was that Yi Chun's occasional actions were to collect the missing kinds of essence blood from advanced life races for the Tai chapter. In the over 2 years after, Yi Chun didn't appear more often, and instead remained with Zhang Yao and Long Li on the original Spirit Source Star for final training breakthroughs before the Star Domain Genius Battle. No one knew how much Yi Chun had progressed during the over 2 years since retrieving Zhang Yao and Long Li until the official start of the Star Domain Genius Battle. And today, just 3 days before the start of the Star Domain Genius Battle, Yi Chun finally emerged from extended seclusion on the original Spirit Source Star. Accompanying him were Zhang Yao and Long Li, who hadn't been seen for long either. The three set out, ready to head to the registration points in Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom and the 10,000 Beasts Domain, to officially sign up for the Star Domain Genius Battle. Chapter 1079. The grand event of the entire universe. The results of the Stellar Domain Genius Battle not only concern individual rewards but also affect the evaluation of each divine kingdom in this universe in the eyes of the great figures of the ancestral God Temple in the Cosmic Sea. It relates to subsequent rankings and resource allocations of the divine kingdoms, making each one take it extremely seriously. In the months leading up to the Stellar Domain Genius Battle, the specific rules of the Genius Contest were disseminated throughout every divine kingdom across the universe. No matter whether on the various star continents of the divine kingdoms or at key locations in the cosmic void, information about the Stellar Domain Genius Battle could be found everywhere. Even though Yi Chun, Zhang Yao, and Long Li were cultivating in the original Spirit Source Star, which was hidden in a place within the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation that no one could discover, the three of them were well aware of the rules of the Stellar Domain Genius Battle through those who came and went from the original Spirit Source Star. This Stellar Domain Genius Battle is divided into 2 major stages. The first stage is the internal selection phase within the Divine Kingdoms. Each Divine Kingdom will select 100 true gods, 100 God Kings, and 100 Divine Venerables from countless star continents under their jurisdiction to participate in the Stellar Domain Genius Battle of True Gods, God Kings, and Divine Venerables, spanning countless divine kingdoms and star domains across the universe. The second stage is where all the true gods, God Kings, and Divine Venerables selected by the Divine Kingdoms will gather together for the final showdown. The rules for the second stage, the final showdown of the Stellar Domain Genius Battle, have not yet been set. However, each divine kingdom already has clear rules regarding the selection of the top 100 in each of the 3 realms during the first stage. The rules are almost identical across different divine kingdoms. The Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation stipulates that as long as one is a true god, god king, or divine venerable, they can register to participate in the internal selection battle of the divine kingdom. The registration period lasts for 10 days and takes place at 18 registration points in the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation. After all registrations are complete, all those registered to participate will be taken to the selection battleground. It is rumored that the battleground for each divine kingdom is a special battle space specifically crafted by the powerful beings of the ancestral god temple, imbued with incredible divine might. For instance, Yi Chun, who is going to participate in the God King selection battle of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, will be brought into a special battle space within the Divine Kingdom. There, it is said that a total of 100 large battle zones have been opened up. All the God Kings who registered for the battle will be equally distributed among the 100 battle zones, and rankings in each zone will be determined through a points competition. Finally, the top 100 in each of the 100 battle zones, a total of 10,000 people, will undergo the ultimate ranking showdown. The final top 100 will be selected. These top 100 God Kings will represent the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation in the God King battle of the Universal Stellar Domain Genius Battle. Yi Chun is preparing to register for the God King battle of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation. Long Li is signing up for the Divine Venerable battle of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation. Zhang Yao, on the other hand, is registering for the God King battle of the 10,000 Beasts domain. As for why Zhang Yao chose to register for the battle in the 10,000 Beasts domain, it was because Mrs. He and the Feathered Spirit clan treated Zhang Yao very well in the past, and Zhang Yao hopes to help the 10,000 Beasts domain achieve a good rank in the final Universal Showdown, thereby securing more resources for it. Originally, Zhang Yao was hesitant about participating in the God King battle of either the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation or the 10,000 Beasts domain. After Yi Chun learned of Zhang Yao's hesitation, he directly helped Zhang Yao make a decision. Yi Chun also knew that this stellar domain genius battle would affect the rankings of the divine kingdoms, influencing the allocation and assignment of resources for the kingdoms. As for the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, Yi Chun is confident that he and Long Li will secure enough resources for it, ensuring it will not fall under the rule of the Upper Divine Kingdom, the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country. Under such circumstances, it is more suitable for Zhang Yao to assist the 10,000 Beasts domain. The registration period for each divine kingdom spans a total of 10 days. When Yi Chun, Zhang Yao, and Long Li left the original Spirit Source Star, they visited some seniors, and when the registration officially began, they went together to the Supreme Divine Institute, one of the 18 registration points of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation. To their surprise, they saw a vast light curtain in the void outside the Supreme Divine Institute, directly displaying the number of people who had registered at the 18 points. Yi Chun saw that, at that moment, the number of people registered to participate in the Divine Kingdom's internal selection for the God King battle had already reached 5,895,453, and kept increasing exponentially. Given this trend, by the end of the 10-day registration period, the number of registrations for the God King battle, just in the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, might exceed 100 million. Over 100 million people wanting to register for the God King battle. This is only the registration number for one divine kingdom. Looking at the entire universe with countless divine kingdoms, this number is simply inconceivable. No wonder internal selections are conducted first within each divine kingdom, as each kingdom can only have 100 representatives in the universal battle. If all the applicants from the entire universe were grouped together from the start, even the Cosmic Emperor would exhaust immense efforts in creating the battleground for the Universal God King battle. However, even though the internal selections of the divine kingdoms are conducted first, these selection battles will be extremely fierce. Each divine kingdom governs countless star continents, and on each star continent numerous god kings exist. Among them might be phenomenal geniuses, and those daring to enroll in the selection battles are all confident in themselves. This billion-plus god kings will need to be distributed among 100 battle zones to compete for the top 100 in each zone, with only 10,000 slots in total. The rate of elimination alone is incredibly astonishing. Finally, from the top 10,000, the strongest top 100 are selected. These belong to the strongest 100 among billions. Even before the battles officially start, Yi-chun has already felt the grandeur of the stellar domain genius battle and experienced the majestic scale of this universal grand event. The number of people registering for the God King battle is among the middle-ranking numbers of the 3 realm battles. There were even more people registering for the battle of the true gods. When Yi-chun, Zhang Yao, and Long Li first arrived at the Supreme Divine Institute's registration point, the total number of registrations for the battle of the true gods across 18 registration points had already exceeded 1 billion. It's not surprising. After all, the number of divine kings is still less than that of true gods. True gods are numerous on every star continent. Even in the lower realm plane where Yi-chun was originally located, such as the celestial spirit star, there are many true gods, not to mention the real divine kingdom star continent. Don't be fooled by the fact that the true god realm is lower than the divine king. The competition at that time won't be any less intense than the battle of the divine kings. As for the battle of the divine venerables, which Long Li registered for, the number is relatively much smaller. After all, divine venerables belong to higher-level combatants in the divine kingdom, and their number is far less than that of true gods and divine kings. Yi-chun and Long Li are the most talked-about top talents in the Supreme Divine Institute, even in the entire Mountain Divine Nation. When they arrived together at the Supreme Divine Institute's registration point, it drew countless attention. Zhang Yao, who was beside Yi-chun, also attracted attention from many. Although Zhang Yao had never been to the Supreme Divine Institute, everyone knew that standing alongside Yi-chun and Long Li, this stunningly beautiful young woman must be the legendary Zhang Yao. After Yi-chun and Long Li registered, they each received their registration token before leaving Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation. When they accompanied Zhang Yao to the 10,000 Beasts domain, the registration scene there was no less grand than that in Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation. The 10,000 Beasts domain had even opened 55 registration points. When Zhang Yao registered for the 10,000 Beasts domain's God King selection battle, the total number of registrations for the 10,000 Beasts domain's God King selection battle had already exceeded 50 million. I have never seen so many God Kings participating in a battle at once. Yi-chun watched the registration numbers on the void heaven light curtain of the 10,000 Beasts domain soar and expressed his amazement. Zhang Yao and Long Li's minds and spirits were equally stirred. Yes, and this is just one divine kingdom's selection battle. Looking at the whole universe now, countless true gods, divine kings, and divine venerables have been drawn in, with so many people preparing to join the selection battles for the final grand showdown. When each divine kingdom's top 100 gathers together, what an incredible spectacle it will be. By then, countless big figures from the cosmic sea will likely come and watch the grand showdown. Their hearts were filled with passion. They were absolutely confident about breaking through the divine kingdom's internal selection battle. They were already eager to see the situation during the final cosmic showdown. However, despite their confidence in the internal selection battle, the battles they must participate in are unavoidable. After Yi-chun, Zhang Yao, and Long Li completed their registrations, they once again returned to the original Spirit Source Star. One day before the official start of the battle, the three set off again for the designated battle space. Yi-chun went to the God King battle space in Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation. Long Li went to the Divine Venerable battle space in Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao went to the battle space in the 10,000 Beasts domain. When Yi-chun arrived at the entrance to the God King battle space, he saw countless divine kings rushing toward the entrance. Yi-chun also noticed countless sovereigns guarding the entrance. In the highest part of the entrance void, there were even several divine masters present. The divine kingdom's internal selection battle, the battle space, was specially forged by Star Lord-level figures of the ancestral God Temple. After entering the battle space, all external divine might will be shielded, and participants can only rely on their own divine power, divine objects, and cultivation techniques for battle. All external talismans and pills will be rendered ineffective. Once you enter the battle space, you will be automatically assigned to one of the 100 battle zones. The fighting time in an entire battle zone will be 30 days. During these 30 days, you can earn points by defeating opponents. Once an opponent receives unavoidable fatal damage, you earn a merit point and seize half of the opponent's existing merit points. Once you are judged to be unable to withstand fatal damage, death, during battle, the combat automatically ends, and you will be ejected from the battle space. After 30 days, the top 100 from each of the 100 battle zones will be determined. From the 31st day forward, the 100 battle zones will merge. The top 100 from each zone, totaling 10,000, will fiercely compete for the last 100 final spots over 10 days. Everyone will carry the points from previous battles into the final battle, vying to make the final top 100 and earn the qualification to participate in the Cosmic Stellar Domain Genius Battle Grand Finale. As soon as they reached the battle space entrance, streams of divine sense communicated directly into Yi Chen's mind. When Yi Chen officially stepped inside the entrance, several divine sounds resonated directly in his mind. Yi Chen. Assigned battle zone. First battle zone. Current merit points, 0. Chapter 1080. Long Li's Secret. Boom! The moment Yi Chen stepped into the entrance, he felt an earth-shattering force that transported him into a continent, and subsequently, his entire being was restrained in a certain region, unable to move at all. This is the battle space forged by the Star Lord of the Ancestral God Temple. It wasn't yet time for the official start of the battle. All entrants would be bound in place. Once the battle officially commenced, everyone would be liberated, able to move and start the actual battle. However, although his physical body was bound in place and his divine soul restrained within, Yi Chen's thoughts were still racing. Yi Chen sensed the awesome power binding him and thought to himself, certainly, it's the space forged by a Star Lord. Even though my combat power has reached the level capable of defeating a sovereign, against Star Lord level strength, I can't even budge. Moreover, this power affects all God Kings who entered. That means over 100 million God Kings who entered this battle space are bound until the battle begins. What an astonishing force! The Star Lord who forged this battle space could probably, with a mere gesture, kill all the God Kings in this universe. Yi Chen has seen a Star Lord. His senior sister Qinglan is a Star Lord. Yi Chen has also received the legacy of Star Lord powers, the primordial star scripture, which has accompanied his growth journey. Sensing the Star Lord level power once again, Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel. While Yi Chen was marveling, just like him, all the God Kings who had entered the battle space were allocated into 100 different battle zones. For all the God Kings, once they stepped into the entrance, their battle zone assignment was already determined. At the same time, everyone was bound within the respective battle zones they entered. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Looking down from the polar heaven upon the 100 battle zones within the battle space, one can see that these 100 battle zones are incredibly massive continents. Over 100 million God Kings who registered for the Divine Kingdom Selection Battle were like locusts, constantly flying into the entrance and being astonishingly allocated into various battle continents, bound within the 100 battle zones. This scene is profoundly awe-inspiring. Shash, 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 shash. Although the battle hadn't started yet, after each God King entered, gigantic light screens began to unfold across various regions within Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom. The 100 battle spaces were too vast, and the Divine Kingdom had no intention of projecting future battle scenes onto these massive light screens. However, upon the entry of God Kings, everyone's names began to appear one by one on the gigantic light screens. At this moment, everyone still had no merit points, and their rankings were randomly arranged, flashing one after another, only showing the assigned battle zone. Supreme Divine Institute. Numerous God Kings and Divine Venerables who didn't participate in the Divine Kingdom Selection Battle, as well as sovereigns, were watching the massive light screens above the void heaven within the Supreme Divine Institute, searching for names like Yi Chen. Yi Chen, registered from Supreme Divine Institute. Battle Zone. First Battle Zone. Current merit points, 0. Someone directly spotted Yi Chen's name among billions of names and called out. Of course, the gigantic light screens in Void Heaven weren't alone in displaying this. Besides the God King light screen, there were also True God light screens and Divine Venerable light screens. The True God and Divine Venerable battle spaces also consisted of 100 battle zones. However, each True God battle zone contained more individuals, while each Divine Venerable battle zone contained fewer. Long Li, registered from Supreme Divine Institute, Battle Zone, 100th Battle Zone. Current merit points, 0. The name of Long Li likewise appeared on the Divine Venerable light screen, discovered by many. At this moment, there were many people familiar to Yi Chen within the Supreme Divine Institute. Among them were Yi Chen's father, mother, Tower, numerous family members of the Yi family, Bai family, Chen family, and the recently found family members of Zhang Yao, including Zhang Yao's parents, grandfather, and others, as well as Mulan True God and others. These relatives of Yi Chen and Zhang Yao, upon learning Yi Chen and Zhang Yao were participating in the Stellar Domain Genius battle, all wanted to see the actual battle results. Yi Chen specifically brought them to the Supreme Divine Institute before the battle began, entrusting several seniors to look after them. Although Zhang Yao was battling in the 10,000 Beasts domain, not visible from the Supreme Divine Institute, her family members stayed closer at the Supreme Divine Institute. They believed Yi Chen and Zhang Yao would triumph in the internal Divine Kingdom selection battle. They just wanted to witness it firsthand. Whether watching Yi Chen or Zhang Yao, it would bring them great joy. Speaking of Zhang Yao's relatives, since Yi Chen requested Lord Emperor Yen to find these relatives and allowed Zhang Yao to meet them, the Black Crow God King was directly imprisoned by the Divine Phoenix clan within their clan as punishment, while Zhang Yao's parents, grandfather, and others became extremely fond of Yi Chen, clearly treating Yi Chen as Zhang Yao's other half in every way. When does the young master's challenge begin? On the stand specially set up by the Supreme Divine Institute, Tower occasionally saw Yi Chen's name appear on the gigantic light screen, her eyes filled with anticipation. I can't wait for the young master to claim the top spot on the light screen ranking first. Tower's words made Yi Chen's father and mother, as well as Zhang Yao's parents and grandfather, all smile. Accompanying Yi Chen and Zhang Yao's family members at this location, Sovereign Jialan of the Supreme Divine Institute also smiled and said, Yi Chen is truly the hope of our Supreme Divine Institute, even the hope of Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom. In the future, it will depend on him to represent the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation in competing in the universe-wide final battle, achieving a good ranking in the Battle of the God Kings during the decisive battle. There's no need to worry about this internal selection of the Divine Nation. Sovereign Jialan's words of high praise for Yi Chen made the families of Yi Chen and Zhang Yao feel very pleased. They were well aware of the power of this Sovereign Jialan standing before them. This was a 7-star sovereign, a great master. If it were in the past, such an existence, not to mention staying by their side, merely descending upon the barbaric wilderness continent would certainly make everyone bow in worship. Such a being is even considered a pinnacle figure in the strongest Supreme Divine Institute of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation. It was rumored that Sovereign Jialan remained in seclusion for cultivation, not even appearing when the Heavenly Wilderness Divine Country came to challenge the Supreme Divine Institute last time. However, because of Yi Chen and Long Li, Sovereign Jialan came out specifically to accompany Yi Chen's family to watch the selection battle this time. It is imaginable how much Sovereign Jialan values Yi Chen. My young master is indeed impressive. Hearing Sovereign Jialan's words of praise, Tower smiled so broadly that her eyes crinkled. I heard that the monarch of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, along with several territory kings, all have their eyes on my young master. It's a pity we don't know where these great figures are now. It would be wonderful to meet the monarch of the Divine Nation. The monarch of the Divine Nation, commanding the entire Divine Nation, ruling countless star continents. Just thinking about it makes me feel so powerful. Tower daydreamed before the battle started. She didn't know that, indeed as she said, the monarch of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation and several territory kings were all focused on Yi Chen. However, unlike other places where only names are displayed on miraculous light screens in the Void Heaven, at this moment on a divine mountain within the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, There were two miraculous light screens directly projecting the battle area scenes specific to Yichun and Longli. The light screens even directly locked onto the figures of Yichun and Longli. Within this divine mountain, apart from the extremely familiar nine-star sovereign and powerful sovereign Shuechen from the Supreme Divine Institute, there were territory kings like the East Territory King, Northern Territory King, and others closely associated with Yichun, including the Southern Territory King and Western Territory King whom Yichun had met before. It can be said that the strongest group of sovereigns from the entire Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation were all present here. Of course, besides these people, the monarch of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, Sovereign Yantian, was also within the Divine Mountain. However, even though Sovereign Yantian was the monarch of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, he did not sit at the highest point of the Divine Mountain at this moment. At this time, at the summit of the Divine Mountain, there were several even more powerful existences, among whom were dozens of divine masters, and even two cosmic emperors. Yichun, Longli. Are they the strongest two prospects of my Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation this time? The most distinguished emperor amongst them spoke directly. These two emperors belonged to the Cosmic Sea's ancestral god temple, and both had originated from the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, which made them extremely concerned about the nation's achievements. Moreover, the two emperors were aware that this stellar domain genius battle was vastly different from previous ones, as even Star Master Yuan Wu, the strongest Star Master of the ancestral god temple, personally sent back written orders from an unknown domain for arrangements. Therefore, the two emperors made a special trip from the Cosmic Sea back to the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation. The question from the emperor prompted the monarch of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, Sovereign Yantian, to stand up quickly. He respectfully said to the emperor, "Reporting to the senior, Yichun and Longli are indeed rare, unparalleled talents in our Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, not seen in eons. Not long ago, I personally spoke with Yichun and Longli. Yichun told me that he would definitely strive to achieve a top 3, or even the first place for our Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation in the Stellar Domain Genius Battle Universe-wide Finals. As for the Supreme Divine Institute's first goddess Longli, she directly asked Yichun if he wished for her to claim first place in the decisive battle, and upon his nod, she assured me to rest easy, as she would definitely seize the first place in the divine venerable battle of the Stellar Domain Genius Battle's final decisive battle. Their confidence at the time left a profound impression on me to this day. This time, in the universe-wide final battle, the true God battle is less assured, but in the battle of the God Kings and the battle of the Divine Venerables, we should very likely achieve unprecedented results." Sovereign Yantian's words made everyone else light up with excitement. The two emperors' eyes also brightened, and another emperor even laughed aloud. Truly heroes emerge in youth, daring to claim a top 3 or even first place before the cosmic decisive battle. It seems these two young folks indeed have boundless confidence. Indeed, without confidence in seizing first, merely breaking into the top 10 of the final cosmic decisive battle might not be possible. Only those with utmost confidence can achieve the best results. I find myself increasingly anticipating the performance of these two young ones. As the two emperors exchanged words, the Northern Territory King, who was most closely related to Longli, directly addressed the emperors, "Two seniors? I'm not yet certain about Yichun, but for Longli, you can rest assured, seniors. Longli, in the future, will likely stand among the pinnacle existences in the Cosmic Sea. This stellar domain genius battle is not a big deal for her." The Northern Territory King's words stunned the two emperors. They seemed to have realized something, and their eyes flickered. Could she be the direct blood descendant of some great lord? The kind of being revered as a lord by the cosmic emperors is indeed indicative of an extraordinary existence. Perhaps even stronger than what you two seniors are thinking. The Northern Territory King just said this and said no more. This sentence caused the two emperors' expressions to instantly become incredibly shaking. Afterward, when they looked at Longli again, their eyes filled with boundless respect.